Hope you liked that. A little bit of a twist this morning. I'll be live in 2. How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning. Welcome. Big day today, me feels. Lots to do today. Shout out to you all. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you be. Let's get things all set up. Let's do one of those buttons. Let's get the tunes in order. Huge stream. Huge. Massive. Pinocchio knows. Welcome in. Welcome. Right, first thing we're going to need to do today is we're going to need to check some patch notes, I feel. It makes a lot of sense to me to check the official patch notes. Few things to talk about, actually. We'll talk about this. Where is it? We will talk about this a little bit later on today. This is now a thing. We'll talk about this in a little bit of details. We will also be doing a lot of beta stuff, though. Let's patch notes and item changes posts as well. I'll read the official notes and then we'll jump over probably to MMO Champion. MMO Champion tend to do the best job at showcasing stuff. So let's have a little bit of a looky. The very first line is the one that we really care about, right? Profession vendors and trainers have now spawned in Orgrimmar and Stormwind. It seems bonkers to me that they didn't put them there from the beginning of the beta, but hey ho, such is life, I think is the phrase. But it does mean we can now go and properly test the professions to within an inch of their life, track all the stuff, start getting a really solid understanding of what's going on. Alpha was all about first impressions. How does this look? How does this feel? How does this play out? Are we in agreement that, the changes are good, or are they bad, or any of this sort of stuff? Now it's time for business. Now it's time to start breaking things down, working out things like leveling paths, working out things like, just how many materials are you going to need? If you level from 0 to max, what are you going to need to do? Are you going to need to go get some patterns? Where do the patterns come from? Now we have all of these questions that we can answer, hopefully. And with the benefit of it being beta, there's a very strong chance that, the core aspects, at the very least, of the profession are there. Sure, they might change a few sort of patterns here or there, but there's not going to be anything overly drastic that changes, I don't feel, between now and the game going live. This whole testing cycle of alpha and beta feels very, very different to how they've done it before. I probably wouldn't have been as confident saying that this time 2 years ago in the Shadowlands beta. The Shadowlands beta was very rough and ready, and there was, clearly things that were in there that never made it anywhere near the live version of the game. I don't think there's quite going to be so much of that this time round. There's clearly going to get things that will get cut. Development times, right? They just don't have time to do everything that they want to do, so they shave some stuff off to save time to make sure they can polish the stuff that they can do. That's the plan. Tailoring experiments intrigues me. What in the world are tailoring experiments? Well, I guess we're going to find out together then, I guess. Let's skip the boring stuff, talents and classes and shit, because let's be real here, that's not my jam. Evokers, hunters, straight up removing of shit. That's a lot of changes. I literally 3 seconds ago said I didn't care about this, but apparently I do. Sentinel Owl and its related choice node should be working. Oh, cool. I've been waiting literally months to test this out at this point. Anyway, another day. We'll test classes. We got all the time in the world to test classes. Where's all of the good stuff? Or apparently this is... Oh, elemental storms have been disabled. The elemental storms that the primalists are inflicting upon the Dragon Isles are a new feature that will be available when Dragonflight Season 1 starts. And won't... Oh! And won't be active when Dragonflight launches. Oh. Well, then what's the fucking point? Then what's the point? That's an interesting twist of fate. I had it earmarked that the elemental storms would be one of the things that you actually work on in those first couple of weeks. Oh, I guess they don't want everybody to... Oh, that's really weird. Because the elemental storm gear was item level 369, something along those lines. 369 was the equivalent of heroic dungeons. So to me at least, it seemed to fit and seemed to make sense that it would be something you could start doing straight away. You know, you ding 70 and you got two options, right? In between queuing for dungeons to go in and explore the new dungeons and to get your heroic gear, you dip in and out and do some elemental storms in between your world quests. I wonder if that means they're going to tweak the item level of the gear that it provides then. Are they going to push the item level of the gear to be more substantial? I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. It seems like a really prime option for somebody to do. The storms might be seasonal. Well, as it stands on... Well, there's 4 types of storms at the moment, but everything seems to be balanced such that you do 4 storms a week, and then every, a basic piece of upgraded gear takes 5 sigils or storm stones or whatever they were called. I can't remember. That's an odd change. I'm not sure how I feel about that. It's one of those ones where it's very difficult to feel the right thing because you don't know all the answers. It clearly means that if it's going to be a seasonal thing that they do, it means that they might each and every season bump up. They might use the elemental storms as a catch-up system. They might use the elemental storms as a way for you to go out to certain zones. As seasons progress, they can easily just tweak the item level of the gear that it provides and in a bit of a gross way, but make people refarm it, but make it easy to do, easy to farm, so that it acts as a catch-up system. Okay, I really hope they don't try and turn this into like a big thing. It was a kind of cool little side thing to do that it kind of, it would help you. Because it was predetermined gear, right? You make a basic currency, you can then spend it on whichever item that you want. It makes it good to help fill the gaps in your regular gear. It makes sense if the gear that you get from dungeons and M0s and Mythic Plus eventually is better, but as and where you just kill that boss 5 times over and he doesn't drop the thing that you want, you may have some of this currency from the elemental storms to fill that gap so your item level is not too wonky until you get that piece of gear that you're really striving for. Okay. They don't want people to go into a raid with a 4 set? Is that what we think? But what was the foreset on it? The foreset wasn't anything like, oh, the foreset was the, you know, as and when you do something, then you do a big something on your single target attack or something. Maybe that seems a really weird thing, you know, because if it's not, if the item level of the gear is only that of heroic dungeons, I don't think it makes all that difference. Most people want to start hitting the raids with at least like some Mythic 0 level gear is usually the plan, right? I don't know. Either way, cool. Means that unfortunately I'm not going to be able to play with the Elemental Storms much this week. Sure. Some PvP stuff. Crowd control, always an issue in PvP. Trinkets, sure, whatever. Professions. Right, first time recipe crafts will now award experience points. They should really call them knowledge. They should really call it profession knowledge, not experience points. Knowledge spent on specializations for tailoring, blacksmithing, jewel crafting, engineering, and enchanting has been removed in the process of fixing a larger issue. Oh. Well. Okay. Here's some. So we start by giving you your profession vendors back, and then we take away the ability for you to test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the major crafting professions. Well, what's that leave us with then? Inscription and alchemy it is then. Oh Lord. Okay, well there was me thinking I had a busy week ahead of me. Apparently not then. I think they meant pre-existing knowledge. Oh, maybe. Oh, well, I hadn't done any of that business anyway. I was not trying to level the, that's going to piss some people off, but, okay. What could be the larger issue? I'm trying to think of this from a, you know, put my developer hat on and trying to think what could be the larger issue that means that they need to rectify. I don't know, whatever. What have they changed to the UI then? Target frame, thank God, about time. We've moved away from the silver dragon border for rare mobs, and instead we rely on using an icon. That's, you know, that's not that. You can't take the silver dragon away. That's been the indicator of a rare creature forever. The icon will be placed on the unit frame border and display on the map to better relate these two elements together. No, just give me my silver dragon. The icon is shit, you can look at it on Wowhead. Give me my silver dragon back. Alright, pet frame has changed now. Good. And stuff. And then added interact key toggle and key binding. Added action target toggle. World text size. Various other tooltips options. Auto loot option moved from keybinds to gameplay controls. And nobody could find it. That was always so funny watching people try and find the auto loot button. Where's my auto loot button? Petition to get the silver dragon back. I think we might need to. To be fair though, let's not muck about here. If that's the biggest thing we have to complain about, then we're in for a good expansion. Added some new Exiles Reach tutorial tips. Okay, sure. Okay. So that doesn't really give us any indication of what the hell they have actually done, but apparently via the wonderful art that is data mining, there is stuff to look at. So where's my Where's my linky poo to MMO champion? Let's see what these guys have got to say. Because these guys are usually significantly better than Wowhead for just breaking it down and giving you the info. Don't be touching my dragon icon in a dragon expansion. I second that motion. Loading screens, blah, blah, blah. Development notes, blah, blah, blah. Exploration. Achievement stuff. Tend not to worry too much about achievements, although it does give a bit of a sneaky into what is maybe not been found yet. Lots of collect all the dragon glyphs. Dragon Isles hidden professions. Dragon Isles blacksmithing 75, engineering 75, jewel crafting 75, tailoring 75. Oh, well, maybe that's the maybe that's the hidden issue. Maybe that's fixing the bigger problem. Maybe they're realizing that okay, I can see what they're doing now. Getting to 75 is likely to give you the achievement for this is my guess. Right? So it would make sense to me. Let's put these windows next to each other so I can easily switch between them. Where they turn around and say, "Oh, Jesus, where's it gone?" When they turn around and they say that they've had to take away any specialization knowledge that you gained in these professions, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, yet we then find that there's data mined new achievements. What's likely going to happen is that due to feedback, I would guess that due to feedback, they are bumping the ease of leveling from, because there was this there's 100 skill points to gain, and you would get to like 40, 50, and you'd hit a brick wall. And a brick wall which to some people feels a little bit impassable. So what they're probably doing is they're bumping up the amount of skill points you can achieve up to 75. They'll give you the achievement for reaching blacksmithing, engineering, jewel crafting, tailoring 75 in your profession. But if you want to get from 75 to 100, that's where you're going to have to grind out some work orders. So they're probably making it so that there's far less of a requirement to get the achievements to feel a good sense of completion with the progression with the profession. But if you really want to max it out, and if you want to get all 100 base skill points, you're going to have to then go and do the work order stuff, would be my suspicion. And that rebalancing is probably why they've had to take away spec points and practically reset your profession, would be my guess. And that's not too much of a surprise to me, because of nearly any feedback I've seen about the professions, it is often been that I get halfway through and then there's nothing for me to do. Why is there nothing for me to do? And it's often because you may not have even got enough specialization points to unlock the thing that allows you to fulfill the work order yet. And if you choose the wrong path with your specialization points, you can just be stuck. Like hard stuck. I imagine there's a few scenarios. If you pick spec points incorrectly, and you just spit them into something, you could be solid hard stuck, not a single recipe giving you any chance of gaining any additional skill points. So they've probably tried to, soften the blow a little bit. There would be my guesstimation. What have we got here? The Dragonflight reputation achievement stuffs, some raid achievements. Obtain gold in all of the races on the Dragon Isles. Gives the title reward, Isles Racer. Yesterday got an achievement for getting 100 skill points in cooking when I dinged 65. My skill level for cooking was 11. Reported as a bug. That sounds pretty bug-worthy to me. That sounds pretty scuffed. Okay. Okay, they've changed the name of the mount that you get for 500 mounts. All right, sure. In Tyr's footsteps, complete the quest achievements listed below. Reward, unique crafting materials. Complete the quest achievements listed below. Lock and shock, might, resourcefulness, first challenge, finesse, third challenge, persistence, fifth challenge, ingenuity, and then innovation complete. This is this that's the Spark quest line? Yeah, I thought that was the Spark quest line, the one that has so that's probably going to be first, second, third, fourth, fifth. There's a very strong chance in my mind then that those will come out weekly. That'll be their way to drip feed Sparks to players. Now I've not done a video on this at all because I had the problem that I did it once and I did it on stream, if some of you guys will remember, but my local copy of the recording didn't save properly. So I didn't have any footage of me doing it that I could easily get access to. So I was going to wait until I could do it again. And more importantly, I wanted to try and find out a little bit more about these sparks and what they were for, but okay, sure. Talent changes for druids, spell changes, mounts, companions. Item set bonuses. Okay, sure. Some class-based stuff. More class-based stuff. Azurite traits, oh lord. Aerated mana potions. Restores 0 mana, 5-minute cooldown. So they've tweaked a bunch of alchemy stuff. Alchemical flavor pockets increases the duration of the well-fed bonus by 100%. They now persist through death. That's the that's an optional reagent, or is it? Yeah, that's an optional reagent you can attach onto some bits of gear, I think, which is quite an interesting one for people that in fact, that's going to be practically crucial for people that do Mythic Plus on the regular. Mythic Plus or Raiders are going to really, really want an alchemical flavor pocket optional reagent on a piece of their gear somewhere, so that they don't burn through food and feasts. Increases the duration of the well-fed bonus by 100%, and it persists through death. That's a massive win. Bit of a kick in the face to cooks, but for as far as Raiders and Mythic Pluses are concerned, that's a big win. Bivigosa's blood sausage. Vivigosa hunts, seasons, and prepares the sausage all by hand. It's a speciality. Increases attack power and health by 10% for 10 minutes. Okay. A lot of these are the optional reagents that you can apply to certain things. Create awakened blood. Turn 10 rousing blood into an awakened blood. Oh, it had the wrong material attached to it. Sure. Okay, so this is just fixing like spelling mistakes and little silly things. Create the spark of ingenuity. Fuel the engine of innovation. To create a spark of ingenuity. Instant 1 second cooldown. Doesn't make any difference. Most of this is all completely just garbage that nobody ever needs to really know about, but I do like to pay a bit of attention to this because sometimes you spot a gem that gives you an indication that they've changed something. This is what makes testing professions really quite frustrating. The fact that the patch notes don't tell you fuck all. Patch notes practically are non-existent for professions. They've never been good. There's never a, like, oh, we've changed some alchemy, material requirements, or we've changed some leatherworking, crafting items or something. There's never any of that. You just have to find it out yourself. We'll obviously play about as much as we can in game, but I like to get a foundation of knowledge sorted before we go hunting for specific things. I'm going to be testing jewel crafting today. For spoiler alerts, I'm keen to see if they've got jewel crafting even remotely working, because it was busted, like 7 levels of busted on the alpha. So much so that I didn't even bother trying to do any prospecting or working anything out. It was just broken. So, as it's my main profession, I will be focusing on that first. Maybe a bit of leatherworking, and maybe anything else that sort of pops out as an interesting thing to pay attention to in the, Herbalism Seeds. Have they implemented the seeds yet? They seem to have. Plant agitated Dragon Isle seed. Plant the seed in a patch of rich soil in the Dragon Isles. Rich soil can sometimes be found near areas directly associated with the Dragonflights. Who knows what it may grow? Plant decayed seed, same scenario. Plant Dragon Isles seed, same scenario. Plant propagated Dragon Isle seed. So there's obviously a bunch of different types of seeds. Portable Alchemist's Lab Bench. They're calling it a lab bench now, apparently. Primal Inspiration. Inspired by your enchanting research, you learn to invoke the primal elements. Learn spell. Primal Evocation Extract. Okay. Requires a primal inspiration. I don't even know what the hell that is. Okay, well, hopefully we'll find that out. Okay, then a bunch of random stuff. Extract rousings whilst disenchanting. That's a possibility. People have already been greatly complaining that they seem to not be able to find many of these elementals, but people are using knowledge of the past such as they're assuming that, oh, well, the main source of getting rousing essences, the main source of getting those should be by going out and killing elementals, which for the most part is solid logic. That, you know, if you kill a fire elemental, it would sort of make sense. It drops some sort of fire essence. Yet what a lot of people are clearly not too aware of yet is that there are going to be multiple different sources of these. Meaning that, you know, people who get them via methods of to which they don't need them are likely to put them on the auction house. There's a huge amount more of this in Dragonflight than there probably ever has been. That there's a lot of crossover on material acquisition. So people want to, for example, they want to take leatherworking and they want to expect that by taking skinning and nothing else, they should be able to level up leatherworking. But that's not strictly true anymore. To level up most of the primary crafting professions, you will need more than just the expertise of your second profession. You will need the expertise of other professions. There are many professions in the game. The crossover is quite broad nowadays. If you are trying to level up leatherworking, there's a good chance that, yes, having skinning will provide you the leather in most cases, but that's going to be the basis for you. That's going to be the core materials you need. That still is going to put a requirement on you maybe speaking to your jewel crafting friends to get some crafted gems or something to put in the gear. You might need the expertise of a alchemist to do something else to give you a component that goes into the gear. You know, there's a lot of cross connection. Now, people have been, you know, somewhat naturally against that previously, and the system hasn't really been too aggressively in place to support it. But with a region-wide commodity market, there is never going to be a shortage of materials. They will always be there. You just may need to choose to buy some of the materials to make your crafts. Is there any information on how to obtain specialization points and how many that you can get? There's a bunch of different ways you can get them. There is daily quests for most professions, to which will give you some specialization points or knowledge points, as I'm, you know, preferring to call them. There are daily quests. There's a alchemy item that it can be crafted and presumably traded. That gives you some knowledge points. There's a vendor that has a limited supply of them, but they cost Artisan metal, which is another rare commodity item. They, in many cases, can be small world drop items. There are some NPCs out and about the Dragon Isles that periodically will offer them to you. There's a bunch of different ways. To get them. Elements will be obtained by herbalism, mining, and even prospecting. Yeah, there's a lot of interconnectivity between the professions. You know, skinning is good as a foundation for your leatherworking profession, but it's not going to be the only thing you need. Having herbalism on your alchemist is a good start, but if you want to be an efficient alchemist, you need the support of a jewel crafter to be making you better quality flasks. There's a lot of this interconnectivity, all with the mindset of, you know, the greater goal of building that little bit of a community aspect around the professions. Ultimately, it just means that you buy the shit you need off the auction house when you need it. At what level do the dailies start? Now, by my research, they kicked in at level 62, but I've had a few people report back to me that they've been as high as level 68 and have done a bunch of things with their professions, and the dailies still haven't unlocked. So the honest answer is right now, I don't know. It is not confirmed. Are you going to make this into a video about the professions? There'll be lots of videos about professions for sure. There's lots of little snippets of information that I need to start putting into, like, 5 things you need to know about crafting in Dragonflight type videos that, just talk about these little odd things that aren't really worthwhile of an entire video themselves, but are still useful information that you need to know. But yes, absolutely. Keep your eyes on the YouTubes. I saw Blizzard has added some items that give 10 profession points. 10's a lot. Let's keep going though. We'll get to the actual profession section in a second. I'm just trying to keep up with the items. Okay. What's changed to alchemy then? Is this just subtle? 20. Oh. Transmute, 7 charges, 24-hour recharge time. Lovely. Absolutely brilliant. That's exactly what I want to see. Transmutation is going to have is going to be on a 24-hour cooldown, but you can accumulate up to 7 charges, which means you no longer need to log in to your alchemist every single day to press the button. If it takes you 3 days to log in, you'll be able to press the button 3 times. Love that. Love that. That's the kind of flexibility that cooldowns and if you are going to time gate some stuff in this fashion, then having a charge system and having a recharge system, muy caliente. Love that shit. Big fan of that. Big fan of removing the unnecessary need for somebody to log in and press a button every day. Or maybe 5 mistakes to avoid whilst leveling professions. We'll get the YouTube titles on the go for sure. Maybe I'll get some of you guys to suggest some video ideas, and I can do the hard work from there. When gathering herbs before the patch, I sometimes got a blue item with it with NYI markings. Maybe they're done now. Yeah, some seeds from Herbalism seem to have been implemented as well. There's a whole bunch of stuff we're going to need to test, far more than we're going to be able to look at just today. But luckily, the vendors are up now, and we hopefully shouldn't feel too rushed in going through it all. So I'll probably take it a profession at a time. Maybe we'll look at my focus today is jewel crafting. I've said this from the beginning. Jewel crafting is my focus today. But maybe we'll take a quick look. I'll do my absolute best to make it a quick look. But maybe we'll take a quick look at like the big ticket things. If seeds are a thing, we'll take a quick look at seeds. If for example, there's a tailoring thing that is appearing to be somewhat interesting, so we'll have a look. So 10 things you need to know about Dragonflight professions. Number 7 will make you go crazy. I need to write these down. You guys are far better at coming up with titles than I am. What's going on with blacksmithing then? A slight rejiggery pokery. Oh no, they've just straight up removed primal flux as a requirement. Name changed from PvP starter arm guards to Crimson Combatants Draconium set. There's your plate PvP set then. And they've removed the primal flux requirement from it. Draconium stuff. They've been tweaking the primal flux. Does this... What have they been doing? Lowered, increased, lowered, increased, lowered and lowered. Okay, they're trying to somewhat balance the vendor materials, which is probably so that, because what makes a lot of sense. Now, this isn't necessarily going to appease many people that do quite a lot of vendor shuffling, but One of the reasons why vendor materials exist in the first place is to minimize the potential gold that can be obtained by just crafting and selling these things. Blizzard are not a fan of vendor shuffles. So what they do with the vendor material, because everything needs to have a vendor value to it, because that vendor value as a numerical quantity is used in other areas of the game for other things. It's used to determine like repair costs. It's used to determine deposit fees on the auction house. There's many reasons in the game to why every item that's crafted needs a vendor value, but they use vendor materials as a way to make it so that you have to pay something and you get something back if you give it to a vendor. But the difference between those two numbers is slim. They don't want the difference between those two numbers to be too big, or it means that the rest of the materials then have increasing base values. So this is no surprise to see a lot of this going on. Titanicum has been changed to Kazgorite. Oh, good, because I was always calling it Titan ore because I couldn't say it. Titanicium or something. I could not work out. Yeah, it has, look. Kazgorite. Okay, I can get behind Kazgorite. I'm down with that. Feels more dragony, doesn't it? Kazgorite. Still, some of these top tier profession items, top quality skinning knife, top quality pickaxe, top quality leatherworker's knife, these are all using disgusting amounts of this artisan's metal, you know. As a profession junkie, I'm going to really have to flip a coin to whether it's better for me to spend my artisan's metal on trying to get, you know, best in slot quality gear, or whether I spend this on knowledge points. Because if you can convert, this alone is worth 11, nearly 12, and probably 15 knowledge points. Like, do you want to get yourself a really good quality tool, or do you want, 15 extra knowledge points? 15 extra knowledge points could be the difference between making something at quality 4 and not being able to sell it very frequently, or being able to make something at quality 5 and making 1 billion gold a day. That's going to be quite a choice. Do you get the artisan's metal from crafting? Every time you acquire a knowledge point for your profession, you gain 5 artisan's metal. That's one of the baseline ways of acquiring it. There is what I think is a weekly quest with the Artisan Consortium, one of the factions, which by my calculation, the higher your reputation with the Artisan Consortium, the more artisan's metal they give you. It starts off at 20. I went and completed the quest the other day, and it gave me 50, but that's because my reputation with the Artisan Consortium was increased. I can't clarify 100% if that's the exact system behind it, but that's the impression it gives. The first time you craft something, in many cases, you gain a knowledge point, which in turn then will give you artisan metal as well. But from what I can see, there's no infinitely repeatable way to acquire it. So artisan's metal it's going to be a bit of a, this is where they have to be careful, because you might get a lot of this quickly. It might be very front loaded. The first time you craft a bunch of stuff, you're going to get loads of this stuff really quickly. If you get loads of knowledge points in the first couple of weeks, which is likely to be the case because there's things like one-time quests, you're going to get a lot of this stuff really, really quickly, and then the supplies of it are going to dry up Because once you've crafted something for the first time, it's done. Your long-term ways to achieve more of this is likely going to be striving to get more knowledge points. You'll get the knowledge points, which will increase your proficiency with the profession, but they'll also be giving you that supply of artisan's metal. This is going to be something that's going to be very hard to put a value against at the beginning. The fact that it's also used like quite aggressively in crafting things like this is it's going to be interesting. I'm going to hope that even things like profession tools, you'll be able to upgrade them and have them recrafted rather than having to, stump up the full cost again. How are we doing, Stro? Welcome in. Good morning. There are some profession strings indicating that an artisan's metal bonus each time you make a crafted item for the first time. Yes. It's mainly... Oh, do you mean specifically to the artisan's metal? So if you craft a big ticket item, you might, instead of getting 5 like you would normally do, you might get 10 or 15. Oh, okay, I could see that. Makes me wonder about profession switching to craft each items once just to get the artisan's metals. This is it. Depends how much value you can attach to them. It's this is always one of the interesting things. Any expansion where we've had previously where we've had a strictly bind on pickup material, it's always been quite challenging assigning a value to that, because that value is inherently different for you as it would be for somebody else. Go back to like your hydrocore sort of scenarios in BFA. People who were running dungeons all day long had bags full of flipping hydrocores. They didn't care for them. They would use crafting as a way to get rid of them and make a bit of gold on the side. They valued them considerably less because they had access to far more of them passively through playing the game. But you as a crafter who didn't want to spend all day running dungeons valued those hydrocores far more so, because you couldn't get your hands on anywhere near as many of them, and you felt obliged to go do dungeons to get them, which was annoying. So this is the difficulty you'll have. Artisan's metal's likely to fall into that category. You may find that to any of the non-crafting community, these things will be worth silly amounts. Somebody trying to, a profession tool is maybe not the best example, but I'm quite sure there are other items out there that are craft using artisan's metal that General Joe's going to want. And if, your average raid logger, your average Mythic Plus dude is unlikely to come across many of these because they don't really care for the profession system, when it becomes a requirement for them to give 200-300 of them to have a piece of gear crafted, they're going to cry. Let me take a quick look. Is there a... God, I can't type today. Oh, for love... I must have mistyped that about 12 times. Artisan's metal. Is there a list on here so far? Reagent for nearly 300 things. Your alchemy experimentations. Many of your... Seemingly many of the top tier bits of gear are going to require artisan's metal as part of the crafting requirements, which is going to put it clearly going to put it in the limelight for raiders, for Mythic Pluses, from a gear acquisition perspective. But unless they're engaging, now Wowhead is probably not too reliable for this, but unless they're engaging heavily in professions, they're unlikely to come across this kind of quantities of them very easily. Whilst crafters on the flip side might have a whole bunch of them from leveling up professions. Oh, I look forward to the days I get to talk about all of this stuff when it's live. I'm such a geek. Okay, so some name changes and stuff as well. So, okay, nothing too drastic with blacksmithing then. Blacksmithing seems to just be a tweak of some naming, a tweak of some vendor reagents, but nothing significant. Cooking is...
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Hey, who's this? What we got going on now? Owen Norton with the gifting of subs. Thank you, my man. Appreciate it greatly. Did that not pop up on stream for you guys? That and
That
even
your
if it
wallet?
did, that
You
seemed
just glad to see
very
me.
quiet. Hang
Both,
on.
I hope.
Turn the alerts up a touch. They're very quiet. Thank you very much, my man. Appreciate it. If you received your tier 1 gifted from Owen, please make sure to thank him. Thank you. Appreciate it, my man. Saw the VOD from yesterday, went on a serious fishing expedition, topic-wise. I had every intention to do all of the fishing, and we ended up doing none of the fishing. Literally none. It was a bit of an interesting one. Cooking seems to be a similar to blacksmithing. Similar to blacksmithing in terms of it's just, you know, a little bit of spelling mistakes and changing of some of the spelling mistakes actually by the look of it for cooking. Enchanting is, what have we got here? Material quantity changes, some rewording for clarity. Runed Tiravite Rod. Requires a Tiravite Rod, 3 chromatic dust. That's a new recipe. And of course, it's now Casgarite, not Titanicium, or whatever it was called. Tiravite, Draconium, and Casgarite. Get used to saying those. Nothing too dramatic, though. Engineering is, once again, a little few material adjustments. So they've taken away the awakened air needed. They've switched up. They've switched it to... okay, they're just shuffling things about. Some renaming because Titanicium is now called Casgarite again. Not too much to report on engineering. Inscriptions the same. Just the use of glittering parchments in a bunch of stuff. Jewel crafting. Right, this is a profession I'm going to be focusing on today. Casgarite being the blue ore. Yeah, the rare one that doesn't seemingly, for my few hours of testing, have its own dedicated nodes at all, anywhere, ever. It only can proc as a rare item. And interestingly, it can proc as a rare ore on any node by the looks of things. I've got it from your basic Tiravite all the way up to like primal draconium stuff. I've had it from all of the nodes, so a couple of renames for jewel crafting stuff, a switching around, instead of using awakened fire, now using 5 rousing fire, halving the cost. Subtle changes on materials. Hey, there we go. They've now settled by the looks of things on the cooldown, where jewel crafters have their own little cooldowns, their own little transmutes, to make some specific color rare gems. Weirdly, they were on like 3-day cooldowns before. Now they've switched them around to 20-hour cooldowns. I would still prefer this to be more like what they've done with the transmutes for alchemy, being on a charge system. A charge system feels far more... I'd even say, right, put it to 24-hour cooldown, but give us a 7-day charge system. If they've done it for alchemy, there's no reason they can't do it for these. Maybe that can be some feedback for them. Switching some Awakened to Airy Soul, Earthen Soul, and Frosty Soul. Ah, now you see, I'd seen these data mined. Airy Souls, Earthen Souls, and Frosty Souls. I'd seen these data mined, and I have genuinely no idea where they come from. They were on the vendors in the early days, but through playing, I've not worked out where the flipping hell these come from. Which I'll have to work out. Oh, Jeweled Dragon's Heart. Convert a mass of unimpressive gemstones into something more remarkable. They've taken it from a 3-day cooldown to a 2.8-day cooldown. What? That doesn't make sense. They were taking all of the most things from 2.8 days down to 20 hours. Maybe that's because it's the one that allows you to make a pet. So you can use it 3 times a week. Okay. A left-handed magnifying glass. What are they saying about scribes? Change name from Inscription Tier 1 magnifying glass to left-handed magnifying glass. Made by Ned Flanders. Okay, more sensible cooldowns on some other stuff. And just some name-changing stuff. Okay, fine. Leatherworking then, we have... Ah, this is clearly to appease... This is clearly to appease some recent feedback on the professions. Because these are the early days craftings. This is your basic bitch crafting. And having the basic crafting gear requiring rare leathers was highly frustrating the average player. The average player who was trying to level up leatherworking and couldn't get past level 10 because they needed rock fang leather and couldn't find the stuff, and felt that they may not get rock fang leather until they reach level 70 and were just like pissed off at the profession because of it. So they've just said, right, you know what? It's basic gear. Let's get rid of the let's get rid of the basic stuff. Past level 10, past level 1. Okay, then is it that bad? I guess. I didn't do it in too much detail, but I'd definitely seen a few people, you know, provide feedback based on it. So, yeah, they've changed. Okay, now it's Crimson Combatants. Crimson Combatants is apparently Season 1 PvP gear. Or, well, what will ultimately end up just being PvP gear. Optional reagents and crafter's marks and things will come in at a later date, no doubt. I wonder if they've canned these rare materials completely, look. Pretty much every recipe that uses one of these rare skinning materials, it's been removed. Maybe they're rethinking skinning. Maybe they've just got rid of this completely. It would make sense though, because skinning felt a little bit bloated to me. Skinning didn't need to be quite so complex, I felt. I only did a few hours of testing of skinning because, you know, it's difficult for me to get the enthusiasm to go gathering on a test realm. It's difficult for me to gather the desire to do it on a live realm, but it's I wonder if they're looking to rethink skinning a little bit. Okay. Mining changes. Overloading this type of deposit will grant you all boons gained when mining themed nodes, regardless of your spec. Oh, if you find a primal node. I've genuinely found like 2 primal nodes ever. These things just don't exist. These things are rare as all hell. I'm sure once, you know, Gathermate and stuff comes out and all of the land mass is completely scanned for nodes, then you'll be able to track them easier. But I thought the rare skinning items will be acquired through killing special rare mobs that you lure out. Well, this is the theory, right? But the problem is there's so many of those materials being used. So many of those materials being used in low-level crafts is a problem, right? Because it means that you have to become quite specialized in a specific direction of skinning before you get them. So maybe they can keep this in place for, you know, your high-end stuff, which is, you know, it makes sense that a high-end piece of crafted gear might need the expertise of a well-skilled skinner to get the rare stuff. But maybe they were being a little bit too liberal with these reagents for most gear. You know, your regular gear that you craft and just sell on the regular. Maybe it doesn't make too much sense to have it there. It does, though, on the flip side of that, it does diminish the reason for you to specialize as a skinner in that direction, because it now means that your rare skins are now nowhere near as required as they would have been previously. But either way. Okay, and then some name changes to Casgarite for mining. Tailoring, then. Somebody was telling me there's some interesting tailoring things going on. As a weave bolt, mystical cloth can only be woven at a special loom in the Azure archives, located in the southern area of the Azure span. 10 charges, 16.8 hour recharge. So that's clearly designed to allow you to be able to make 10 charges a week. That's I'm quite sure if you do the maths on the total quantity of hours in a week. Is there 168 hours in a week? That feels about right, isn't it? So you can make 10 as a weave bolts a week. Chronocloth bolt. Is it going to be the same thing? 10 charges, 16.8 hour recharge. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Huge patch notes. Yeah, we've been streaming like over an hour now, and I'm still going through the patch notes. We haven't even logged in yet. PvP gear's been given the right name. And then a rejiggery pokery doodah on a bunch of Wildercloth requirements. Okay. Fiddle with Casgarite fabric cutters. Name changed from blah 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 to blah blah blah. Having mastered your craft, perhaps fiddling with your tools will stimulate your mind. The only guarantee is their destruction. 5-second cast requires spring-loaded Casgarite fabric cutters and a draconium needle set. What the flippity doodah is that? That's obviously what I assume you lot were talking about, that there's some interesting things with tailoring, right? It's considered an experiment. Is this going to be an end game discovery system? Okay. It seems interesting to give you a discovery system once having mastered your craft. Okay, well that's one on the list of things to at least take a look at today then. Right, what are we're gonna look at the basics today and then focus on jewel crafting. I need a notepad. Give me a notepad. Things to look at. Nobody say amaranth. So tailoring, discovery, discovery thing. Tailoring discovery thing. Herbalism seeds. Maybe it's like in terms of alchemy with the experiments for new recipes. Yeah, it's probably the it's probably the same sort of thing. It just feels weird that it claims that you get it, you know, once you've mastered your craft. Was there anything else of significant change that might have been worth at least a little bit of a look at today? Most of it was just tweaking and tuning quantities of things. Yeah, that seems to be mostly it, I reckon. Skinning in general. Skinning is something that we'll need to just dedicate a bit of time towards. It's not something I can just, you know, quickly dip in and have a look at, I reckon. But yes, skinning is on my list for sure of things to pay a little bit more attention to. Okay. Okay. Right, I guess we do the whole login shit, right? Is there anything interesting on Wowhead? Does Wowhead have actually any proper news, or is it just clickbait articles like usual? Creation Catalyst UI receives a facelift, maybe expansion preparation. The UI colors have changed to more closely match the Dragonflight aesthetic, as well as changing the season number. Interesting. New talent tree art and animations. Cool. Dragonflight profession and PvP vendors on the Valdrakken beta server. Woo! And then... Oh, what? No. Screw off. Where's me silver dragon? We're not having any of this, Blizzard. This is ridiculous. If it's a rare mob, if it's an elite mob, it's a gold dragon. If it's a rare mob, it's a silver dragon. No. 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 Hard nope. Give me back my silver dragon. Boo hiss. This is not going live for sure. Yeah. Boo. As seen above, the rare mob will no longer have the silver dragon, whilst a rare elite will continue to have the gold border. Both will now include a 4-pointed skull icon indicating their rare status, while a matching icon can be seen on the world map. Boo. Undo. 97. Look, no way this goes live. Put back our silver dragon. Me no gusta. Look how passionate people get. No, not my silver dragon. Ah, this is funny. Such a silly and unnecessary change. It's like they announced Dragonflight. Look at all the dragons, and people are like, yeah, dragons. Oh, look, a duck. Now they just like in passing take away a small silver dragon from an icon, and the world explodes. Oh dear. No, sir, I don't like. Yep. That's gonna be number one on the forums, right? Should we do I check the forums? Do I suspect that if we go into here, silver dragon, where does it say silver dragon? Surely somewhere in here it says silver dragon. Silver dragon portrait. Wasn't broken, did not need to be fixed or changed. Come on, it's a dragon expansion. Don't take away our silver dragons. Take an upvote. Yeah. As suspected. Okay. And then we're back into all of the regular stuff from the past. Okay, right. Earth and Soul, Frozen Soul stuff. Yeah, that's a good point. Nope. That one. Oh, I really should have updated this. Please don't be a monstrous update. Please don't be a monstrous update. Waiting on another update. Who's stealing all of the PTR? No, this one. This one. Stupid download manager. Do it. Do it now. I really should have done this I should have loaded this earlier. I forgot. Luckily, I have fastest internet in the world, so we're fine. He says as it does absolutely nothing. Here we go. Okay, it was only about 1 gig. It's fine. That's fine. That won't take too long. Okay. Well, whilst that takes 10 seconds to do... Oh, it's playable instantly. Well, I'll let it do its thing, because let's just let it do its thing. Well, if I'm waiting for this for 2 minutes, I'm going to take... considering an ad is technically in process anyway, I'm going to go grab a drink real quick, boys and girls. I'll be back with you in 2. I'm practically out of coffee. Back in a second. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on here? What's going on here? Hello? 3 megabytes a second? Why is my internet getting throttled? Blizzard? 3 megabytes a second? I don't think so. Speedtest.net. What's going on here? What's going on here? I'm not showing this on screen because it'll give out my IP address, but porn on the other machine. No, gigabit still works fine. My internet is all good. Gigabit internet is doing its job. Why is Blizzard servers dog doo-doo? This was not planned for. I tell you what, I don't know what's going on with America, but American internet the last couple of weeks has been tragic. It's been funny watching Zanzaful try and stream from America. Oh, it's a big day in the office today, so we went for the Monster Mule. This is slowly becoming one of my favourites. Black and bronze one. It's like some, Monster-infused ginger beer. Very tasty. Very tasty indeed. Right then. Well, I guess this has got to just do its thing in the background then. I guess whilst this is doing its ting. What's this? Screenshot? Oh dear, that's quite placeholder, isn't it? That's very placeholder. Yeah. Yeah. That's very placeholder. I guess then, whilst this has taken its sweet ass time to download, it might make it being a good opportunity for me to showcase that TSM has now publicly made available their API again. If we take a little bit of a looky, TSM has their new public web API. This is big news for any of us spreadsheet geeks. It's very, very beneficial for those that want to be able to get World of Warcraft pricing data, or more importantly in this scenario, TSM pricing data, out of the game, and in our scenario for most parts, into a spreadsheet. So we can get the data, we can pull the data from Trade Skill Master into a spreadsheet and then do all of the processing and all of the funky business on it that we need to do, which is very, very nice. This was down for what's practically been 2.5 years at some point now, but they've rebuilt it all and they've put it back up again. I tested this, helped them test this a few months ago, and they've now, put the polish on it, put the lick of paint on it, and pushed it out there publicly, so anybody can have access to this now. To showcase kind of what it can do, I have built a variation of my Shadowlands cheat sheet to implement this. So what you can do is you can get all of the regions. It runs a little script in the background. It pulls in the regions, and you can say, right, okay, let's go, Europe. You can then get your realms. Pulls in all of the realms. The script is finished. You can select your realm. Let's go Draenor because it's a big realm. And then once you've selected your region and your realm, pull realm data. This will run a script in the background and it will populate these first 3 columns. This will give you the realm data specific to Draenor. That's going to be handy for any crafted items. It's going to give you the market value and the minimum buyout. You can use it to pull more information than this. I've got it set to just pull in current minimum buyout price, the market value, so DB market price, and then the region data pulls in the region market average price, the average sale price, sale PTC is the sale rate, and then the quantity sold per day. So you can pull in all of this information into a spreadsheet, and let's do the region one as well. And then once you've got all of the data in a spreadsheet, you can do spreadsheet magic on it. For the purpose of my cheat sheet, anybody that's used my cheat sheet will know that the big thing about my cheat sheet has been legendaries for the most part, right? Calculating the cost of the legendaries. Let it finish running this script to pull in the region data. It does take, it's a little slow, but you've got to remember it's pulling in a lot of data. So it's pulling in a lot of different information, and then it's got to populate in the sheet. So it does take 30 seconds to a minute to run it. But once it's done, you can see it changing some values there. Still doing its thing. Give it a second to finish off. Finish the script. So there we go. Now we know that it's pulled in all of the data necessary for practically every single item. So now what I do with my sheet, I'll make this one available soon. There's still a few tweaks I need to make to it. But what it practically does is I use it to populate the global material sheet. So all of the Shadowlands materials now are being populated with the, up-to-date pricing for everything. So you'll probably spot some of these numbers being, you'll have seen these before. DB Market is the price source that I'm using for the materials. Now, obviously, as far as Shadowlands is concerned, I'm not going to do anything too particularly fancy for this, but what we are going to look forward to is utilizing this for Dragonflight. Now, in Dragonflight, we're going to have like 3 different material prices based on quality. We're going to be able to pull in the price of the materials. We're going to be able to do things like, we're going to be able to do a lot more fancy stuff. Now we have access to the API, the TSM API. But for now, it keeps it relatively simple. If we then take a little bit of a look at like cloth Legos, it will now have updated all of the other sheets automatically as well. So you can see here, like your shrouded cloth price has been updated. Your enchanted lightless silk prices has been updated. And it gives you, you can technically max out tailoring today for 156,000 gold, apparently. That's every slot leveled up to max. Not too bad, really. Not too bad at all. A really cool one is going to be the vendor shuffle sheet, because it's going to fully populate. I might need to go a bit full screen for this one. It's going to fully populate your materials, penumbra thread price, shrouded cloth, lightless silk price. It's going to populate the soul dust and the sacred shard price to give you an indication to whether you could be disenchanting some stuff for profit. And the sheet's going to do its thing. It's going to run away. It's going to do its thing. So you can see shrouded cloth pants and robes are 2 candidates that you're probably going to potentially look at vendor shuffling. There's some profit on those, albeit very skinny. Anything with a red, you practically ignore it. What's this one then? You got leatherworking arm guards. No surprises there. You need desolate leather for that. 2.47. Maybe there's a vendor shuffle option there. Nearly 2 gold per item crafted. Desolate scale treads. There's 2 gold 14 to be made per item on those, assuming that you're getting your pallid bones and your desolate leather at or around what the current market price is for them. A little bit further down, what we got? There's the blacksmithing ceremonious rapier is a little vendor shuffle option right now. Jewel crafting. Lots of options with jewel crafting, but the profit looks better for jewel crafting, but let's not forget there's more steps involved. So although there's more profit per item, you can't make quite as many items. But there we go. That's one of the biggest uses for it. Now, like I said, there's still a few tweaks that I need to make to it. But in practical terms, within a few days, hopefully, I can let people have access to this, and they can run away and utilize the TSM API themselves. There's not too much more I can say about it for now, and I'm not going to do too much more to this because Shadowlands is at the very tail end. But the likelihood will be is for any Dragonflight related crafting stuff, I'll be utilizing the TSM API to make sure that we can get the most up-to-date prices and make it easier than people having to manually enter what will be probably 3 times as many materials. So it's going to be very handy to have. But yeah, I just wanted to touch on that for a minute and let people know that, I mean, I know I'm going to look at offering my own cheat sheet, but you've got the options of doing it yourself as well if needs be. The web TSM API is now publicly available. It's obviously, there's some limits to it. And of course, you need a little bit of coding knowledge to be able to get this all up and running, but it's not too difficult. If I was able to do it, I'm sure you guys can do it as well. It wasn't too difficult to write a script to pull in all of the information to a Google Sheet and, you know, adjust it slightly. It wasn't too difficult. If you want to have a go at doing it yourself. If you're a bit of a spreadsheet junkie, it's definitely the way to go. And I do feel that spreadsheets are going to be very powerful and very, very helpful come Dragonflight for simple things, though. Even simple things like calculating somewhat accurate crafting costs. Now, obviously, you're going to want to make sure that you're not selling things too close to that crafting cost anyway, because you want profit in anything that you're doing. But understanding somewhat accurate crafting costs could be quite key. So yeah, it's a thing. Now, is me beta finished downloading? Yes, good. We can finally get in. We can jump in, hopefully. Sheets look nice as always. Can't you use in order to get information about the prices of battle pets on several servers? Yes, technically. It requires a little bit more. It's a little bit of a different thing, though, just because of how TSM handles its data. I would probably need to work out how to be able to pull the DB min value price of every pet off every realm, which is where it's obviously currently the sheet is designed to just, you know, you select one realm for the most part. You know, it's all based upon data for one realm. It's going to, yeah, possibly. We'll work out pets eventually. It's going to be a little bit more, yeah, maybe not as easily. You can do that with TSM's pet comparison page. Yeah, there are some resources out there to do that anyway. It's definitely possible. Certainly not something I'm going to look at doing just straight away. It needs me to work out how the hell all the coding stuff works in a little bit more detail, I reckon. But right, we're going to need to take a bit of a jump over to Valdrakken, as this is the beta test realm that has... I think we know what this character is designed to do. Create new character, hunter, customize, jewel crafting. Jewel crafting is not available. Of course it's not. The name is restricted. Jewel crafter. The name is restricted. It's got the word Jew in it, hasn't it? That's why. Gem crafter. Oh my god. Okay, sure. Stupid game. Okay, right. Now, profession vendors, please do your thing. Hey, look! It's still season 4. Close. Go away. Wow, look at the people! Look at the people! Oh, yes. Look at all those peoples. Look at all them chickens. Okay, this is nice. Right. Look at all those chickens. How... Oh, this is going to be annoying. Why do we have little... Why do we have this do? Can we switch this off? Tooltips permanently covering the corner of my screen. Edit mode. Where's my UI layout? Okay, I need to fix this quickly. Let's jump over to here and let's copy the UI from this dude. I like my UI. I've started to come to like having the mini map in the middle and my buttons around it. It's aesthetically pleasing. Talents have been reset. Talents have been reset. UI's been reset. Genius. Well, that's annoying. Can't even import old UI strings. Okay then. Well. Okay. Well, that's a job for not now. I guess we don't worry about it too much then. Let's just dive in. I've already crashed out twice in the beta while just standing still. Yeah, that tends not to be too stable when there's this many people kicking about in it. Right, train me in jewel crafting. Yoink. Dragon Isles jewel crafting, level 58. Okay, so this random ghoul in my tooltip all the time. Can he sod off, please? Can I turn this little fella off? I need to get rid of this little ghoul fella in me tooltips. Because he's going to annoy the living Christ out of me. Edit mode. Is there a tooltip one? Heads up display, tooltip. Oh, there's no options to change it. I can move it, but there's no options to change it. Okay. Somewhat annoying. Zombie invasion, a little bit, yeah. A little bit. I need to also... Oh, I do need to start moving stuff. This is annoying. Show me the grid, please. Hey, they've put center lines in the grid. Finally. I'll just put those there for now. Save the new layout? No, just save. Oh. I need to move this so that it's behind my camera because I don't want shenanigans going on. Zoop. And there we go. Right, that's all I really care about for now. I'll fix the rest of it later. Right. Profession. Oh, no, I've got to be able to... this little ghoul fella's going to drive me bananas. I do not need a little ghoul in my tooltips every time. Get rid of all the buttons. I don't need any of the buttons. Not playing this character. This character's a profession junkie. Jewel crafting. Boom. Now I click it and nothing happens. Oh, great. Um, 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 the appearance tab, items, sets, great. Professions? Oh! Primal Storm set. Whelm Drop set. Renown set. Oh, well, that's a good way of incentivizing. That's a really cool way of incentivizing people to buy the profession gear. Crafted. Boom. Hey! Well, there we go. That I enjoy. That I enjoy. That's going to give us crafters reason to live. If we can... if people are going to want to go out their way to buy the crafted gear purely to complete their sets, like that, good, 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 good. Right, Jewel Crafting Scuffed. This is not a great start, Blizzard. It popped up a minute ago. Now it's dead. Hang on. Add-ons. Oh, okay. There we go. We're in. That's what she said. Okay. Right. For some reason, I prefer the separate bags, you know. I don't like it all as one big bag. I'm not quite sure why. Husband got beta invite? Hey, nice one. The more people in the beta, the better. There's actually a really good chance that there's been a beta wave gone out as well. So make sure you do check your Battle.net launcher. Make sure that you at least have a little poke about. Even if you don't get an email, even if you don't get any notifications, check your Battle.net launcher because it tends to hit there first anyway. Multiple guilds are saying they just got beta as well, or guildies. Yeah, there's probably a good chance that a sizable wave has gone out. Right, I guess we need some ore then. So which geologist and rock dude? Give me some ore. So let's plan this. Let's take a stack of everything. Because I'm going to need to... Now that I have a good understanding of what the actual ore does, and where it comes from, and how much of it you get, and all of this sort of stuff. I feel I can test this a lot more thoroughly. Where's my new Casgarite ore? Okay, put that down there, put that down there, put that down there. No, that there, that there. You down there, you there, and you there. Okay. It does give you the finely ground gemstones, but apparently this was one of the things that they've tweaked and changed. That you can break down gems. Oh, this is not too comforting. It's not overly comforting that they've put the actual gems on the vendor. That gives me the impression that they might not have fixed actually prospecting yet. Should we find out? Should we find out if prospecting's still broken? If we prospect, can I say 100? Prospect. Is it gonna do its thing? Okay, it's gonna go off and it's gonna do it. Nice. So we're getting crumbled stone, which doesn't seem to have a quality attached to it. We're getting fractured glass, like we were previously. And we're now starting to get the gems. Basic blue, red, green, orange, and purple. We're getting the rare variations of them. What's this? Calicite cluster. New and experienced lapidary... What? What is this for a tooltip? New and experienced lapidaries alike often mistake this fragile gemstone with far more valuable malachite. You, on the other hand, cannot be fooled. Some vendor bullshit. Prospecting is going to be a bit of a tough cookie to track and calculate, though, because skill is going to have a dramatic effect on this as well. Prospecting all of your ore, like in the early days, is probably a terrible idea. We've capped out at Jawncrafting 5, and we are no longer gaining skill points by actually prospecting. But I just want to prospect 500 ore to begin with, so that we got a baseline understanding of what we might be getting. Seems to be like you'd expect. This is looking good. This is looking like they might have, fixed Jawncrafting or fixed prospecting, because on the alpha it was trashed. And more importantly, what the fuck is this music? Can we get something that's not this dog shit on, please? Fractured glass, crumbled stone seems to be in every other craft. I like this new list of what it just, splurges what you get. Still yet to get a rare green one. And haven't had a epic one at all. Okay, so 100 individual prospects. Right, I'm gonna have to start tracking some of this. Where's me new version of the cheat sheet? That's that one. Where's my new version of the cheat sheet? This one? Oh yeah, this is my very rudimentary, very basic sheet that's probably totally useless. But let's go. Rename. Drawn crafting. Select all. Dark mode it. Boom. Right. In fact, I should duplicate this one. Rename. Boom. Right, let's start tracking some data then. What did we Terabyte ore? Terabyte ore quality 1. Now I have no idea how I'm going to track all of this, and most of this data I probably won't actually end up using, but I should probably take a touch of inspiration from what we have over here. A touch of inspiration to begin with. So we have the ore, how much of it we ore, then the materials you get from it. Now, I'm not going to... Oh, my lord, too many windows. I'm not going to fully flesh this out today. I just want to be able to track some basic data. So we prospected 500 ore. And I guess we now need to start listing off the materials that we get from it. So we have the basic gems. Sundered onyx. Sundered onyx. We could be clever. We could actually then say this is purple. It doesn't make it too easy to see right now, but it will make it easier for me. Oh my lord, of course, there's quality of gems and all sorts. Oh dear, Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. The, prospecting is going to be an absolute clusterfuck to calculate costs. Okay. Sundered onyx. We're going to have technically sundered onyx 1, 2, and 3. Okay. We might have to do some shenanigans here. Sundered onyx, eternity. Eternity amber. Vibrant emerald. Queen's ruby. And mystic. The problem is the way that my brain tends to work is that by putting new information in, it pushes old information out. This is going to mean that very quickly I'll learn the names of all of the new materials, and I will have absolutely no clue whatsoever what the Shadowlands materials are called anymore. But I guess we'll have to live with that. This one's going to be orange. No. Oh! Oh, maybe the text color. No, because the text color is going to... I don't know. Vibrant emerald green. Red. And blue. Nimbus, welcome in. How we doing? We're starting to put together some information now that we have profession vendors and can test some stuff properly. At least that's the plan. We probably need 3 columns, quality A, B, and C. We also need to make sure that we're tracking the rare materials. I don't even have the names of all of those so far, which is kind of frustrating. The equivalent purple one is, what's it called? Neltherite. Neltherite, nosdorite. Does anybody know what the green rare emerald's called? It's going to be emerald something, surely. Vibrant emerald. Oh, no, because they're all named after dragons, aren't they? So, somebody do me a favour and wowhead it. Unless you just happen to know it because you're a genius. Yes, emerald. Hey, that's probably it. You're right. Alexstrasite. Malachite. Is it what? Yes, emerald. YS and then emerald. Thank you, boys and girls. Appreciate. Let's color code these correctly as well. So that's a purple one. This is orange. No, I've done the same mistake again. Text color orange. Yes, emerald is green. Text color green. Alexstrasite is red. And malachite is the blue one. Blue. Okay. We're gonna have 3 different quality settings. Quality 1, quality 2, and quality 3. Other potential materials we're going to get out of this, I would imagine, now I cannot confirm nor deny, I thought we landed on the stars for quality. We did kind of. Could we do it like this? Quality 1, quality 2, quality 3. Maybe. This is just more for data collection, right? So when we prospect a bunch of stuff, how much we prospected, what results did we get? This is not the neatest and prettiest way of doing it by any stretch of the imagination so far, but I got to fiddle around with things. So these are some of the possible outcomes. I'm going to assume that even from Tiravite that there is potentially an option for the what was it called? Summing diamond. Is there an easy way for me to see what the something diamond's called? Can anybody remember what the diamond's called? Is it even called a diamond? It begins with I. I'm quite sure it begins with I. And it's epic, isn't it? So we can filter out. Oh god, maybe it's not called diamond. Oh, hang on. Maybe I need to be on beta. Illimited diamond. There we go. Illimited. Illimited diamond is the trio. There's quality on these things as well. Illimited diamond. And I guess we should give... I don't know what colour that thing's going to be. I guess it's going to be purple because it's epic, isn't it? Although it's a diamond, so... I don't know. Maybe we just leave it white because it's a diamond. So these are your uncommon, your rares, and then your epic. You're also going to have a few other things to track from when we're prospecting. We're also apparently going to get crumbled stone, which luckily for us doesn't seem to have a quality attached to it. We're also looking to get fractured glass. Fractured glass is a thing as well. So that, in theory... Now, I don't know what we're going to do about these calicite clusters. It's weird that you get vendor greys. I'm wondering, for the sake of completion, whether we should... for the sake of completion, we should maybe add it. We should probably add it for the sake of completion. I also need to track that we did this at skill 5. Tyrivite ore, quantity of it, 500. Skill. No, not kill. We did it at skill 5. Not that that is probably going to make too much of a difference right now, but... You craft vendor greys. Well, through prospecting, we got this calicite cluster, and we got 11 of them from prospecting 100 or 500 terabyte ore. So it's a thing. It's a thing. I don't know what I'm doing with this data now, but I'm just tracking data. Once I've got the data, I'll work out what the hell I'm doing with it. And we can pull some numbers from this eventually anyway. So Sundered Onyx, we got 19. Eternity's Ambers, we got 31. Vibrant Emeralds, we got 21. Queen's Rubies, we got 10. And Mystic Sapphires, we got 8. Neltharites, we got 3, 3, 0, 2, and 3. Limited Diamonds, we got none. Crumble Stone, we got 92. Fractured Glass, we got 81. And Calicite Clusters, we got 11. Okay, these are technically zeros as well. I should probably put zeros in them. Although these don't seem to have a quality option, so they'll never be needed. Like I said, not entirely sure what I'm doing with this data so far, but tracking some data just so that we can, you know, compare, contrast. I can play around and work out percentages and stuff later. That doesn't matter too much, but I just want to keep some notes of it, if nothing else. Right, okay, so what I might want to do then is see the easiest and quickest thing to do now is put all of those materials in the bank so that we've got them still. Put them in the bank, but then do the same thing, but with 500 of Tyrivite at rank 2. Just to see if they've implemented... Hang on. Oh my god, I've got keyboard turning on. It's reset all my keybinds and everything as well. Oh no, don't deposit all my reagents. I need those back. Let's put those back here. I need these. Are there talents that directly affect the yield from prospecting too? That would probably need recording in the sheet as well then. Probably would do. You're actually spot on there. You're actually spot on. The question is what they are. At least I can safely assume at this point we didn't have any. We had inspiration. Now, technically, that 5% inspiration might have had a benefit somewhere along the lines. Crafting with a bonus skill of 100. Yeah. Maybe it... Maybe it might need to. Eventually, it will need to. But for now, it's a variable that's consistent, which means we can ignore it for now. But now we need to go, boom. If we prospect 100, or if we do 100 prospects on tier 2 Tyrivite, is there any significant difference? A slight issue I might have with the data collection is that this doesn't lend itself very nicely to be duplicated or easily spreadsheeted. This is not good spreadsheet etiquette. You're not going to prospect 500? Yeah, but 100 prospects. It's 5 ore per. So the amount of ore I prospected was 500. But that's 100 actual individual prospects. This quality side of things may have to... Yeah, this is not going to be overly easy to spreadsheet. But I don't want the list to be super long. But maybe I have no choice for the list to be super long because, well, welcome to the world of quality. Maybe it is just going to be super long. Extracting glass from stone. Smart, right? It's clever. You didn't get any quality 2 gems, so it doesn't matter for this case. It doesn't matter for this case scenario, but as and where the theory should be that maybe we should start getting quality 2 if we can't start, prospecting higher quality stuff. If you're buying tier 3 Tyrivite ore to prospect, you should hope to be getting better than base quality gems. That's sort of, at least that's logical to me. Maybe whilst this is churning away in the background, maybe we do just this. Quality 1. And then we go... We go quality 2. And we go quality 3. And we track it this way. Doesn't look overly pretty, and it's going to make the list really annoyingly long. But it's good spreadsheet etiquette. which is unfortunately the game we're going to have to play when we have multiple qualities of everything. it's going to be easier for like pulling totals of gems and all that sorts of stuff as well. Spreadsheets don't necessarily always need to look beautiful, but they need to function correctly. You can make them look beautiful at the end. Hey Matthews, glad to see you back. I didn't think I went anywhere, but either way, good to see you. Have you by any chance any strings that would be usable in Wrath of the Lich King? I've very, very heavily considered just going into Wrath of the Lich King to make a TSM profile for people. The answer's no, but I have contemplated doing it because my knowledge of TSM and my knowledge of Wrath of the Lich King crafting means I could probably do it quite quickly. But I'm going to be honest, I think it's unlikely to happen. The reason it's unlikely to happen is because I'm far too invested in Dragonflight currently. Is the honest answer. I would like to, and it's kind of partly on my to-do list, but I don't know if I'll ever get there. But welcome in either way. Data collection never looks pretty anyway. It's what you do with the data once you've collected it that you can make look pretty. Although, I must admit, it's starting to look a little bit beautiful already. If I do say so myself. I know it's going to be a little bit difficult for you guys to see it on stream unless you've got me full screen, but yeah. Insert one below, Control C, Control V. Whoa, 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 whoa. There we go. It will hopefully make the tracking of everything much easier. Ultra widescreen for the win. Maybe one day. The difficulty for me, because I thought about getting one of the ultra wides, and then I realised, oi idiot, you stream for a living. An ultra wide makes practically no sense to me. Because I would still probably want a native 1080p screen for the purpose of streaming. I mean, I know there's ways to like snip out and chop up and stretch and do all sorts of stuff, but I've still chosen against it because of that reason. The purple's too dark. Yeah, it does kind of clash with the background a little bit. We might have to undark mode some of this, or come up with a slightly better solution. I mean, I could, for example, instead of it being a completely grey background, we could drop down the grey a touch. Although I don't particularly like that. Just yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'll you know, aesthetics of a spreadsheet comes last. Practicality is what you need to get in there first. The only thing I do is dark mode it to begin with. Just use the lilac. Is that a slightly less... I could use a lighter purple, but then it doesn't really look purple. Maybe somewhere in the middle. It's slightly more legible. And then it starts to get less legible. And now it's practically black. I don't know. I don't know. I'll work it out. This is all prototypes. Custom, just go with pink. Go hardcore pink. I mean, what I could do is we could just do this. Is that better? Is that what you mean? Is that more to your liking? No, we'll go back to our regular dark mode color scheme. I'm only messing. I wouldn't do that to you. I tried to protect people's retinas in the first place. I missed that because of ads. You're probably lucky. There's probably a benefit to miss it because of ads. Okay. Whilst it's significantly lengthified, is that a word? I'm going to go with lengthified. It's significantly lengthified the list. It is complete. It is complete, at least. This is potentially, when prospecting Tyrivite, this is potentially the loot table. So, for clarity, when this could potentially be the loot table, coming up with anywhere near accurate prospecting results is borderline impossible. Borderline impossible. What you'd have to do is start because you gotta remove some variables from here somewhere. So when it comes to reporting and trying to calculate prospecting results, you're going to have to remove variables. The one variable you're going to need to remove instantly is quality. So hopefully there'll be a point, there'll be thresholds where we can say, right, as soon as your skill surpasses X, Y, or Z, then you'll start prospecting into quality 2 or something. But for the moment, this is gross. This for the moment, this is disgusting. But it's what we got to do. Nothing is impossible. Okay, nothing's impossible, but it would require such outrageous amounts of data. So this time, we prospected Tiravite tier 2. And we still had a skill of 500 of 5. And we prospected 500 of it. And we got, now we can go copy. We can go paste. And we can track what we got. Right. Let's put them in some sort of order. What was the order I used on the sheet? Hang on, please hold. Purples. Sundered Onyx, we got 16. Eternity's Ambers, we got 33. Let me input it into the sheet and then I'll make it look beautiful. Vibrant Emerald, we got 20. Queen's Ruby, we got 13. Mystic Sapphire, we got 13. One of the first things we'll probably need to do is see if there's any significant quantity increase in just, you know, the straight amount of gems you get. That will be the first indicator. If we get, you know, substantially more gems when you're prospecting higher quality, then there's your first telltale of what's going on. They're the wrong way around. Okay. This is already leading me into the belief that prospecting's still a bit busted. Nelthorite, we got 3. Nosderite, we got 0. Yosemeralds, we got 1 this time. Alexstrasites, we got 0. And Malagites, we got 1. There's practically no increase in output between qualities, if any at all. So, oh hang on, let me track me crumbled stones. Me crumbled stones, we got 97, so that's within threshold of acceptability. And 86 fractured glass, which is the same, and we also got 10 clusters, which is the same. So there seems to be early data goes to indicate that there's no quantity difference when stepping up the quality in what you prospect. So don't be a moron and prospect tier 2 and tier 3 is the conclusion to that. Which is a problem. It's a problem. You only prospected 100, not 500. 100 is 500. Yeah, it's 500 ore. This is how much ore I physically prospected, not how many times I pressed the prospect button. That information is less relevant. The quantity of ore I went through, it took me 500 ore to acquire these gems. Is the key takeout from that. So quick maths. Oh, no, hang on. That's not the sum. C15. All of this needs to be centered. I love me some centering. I'm a bit of a sucker for centered. So yeah, going between quality 1 terabyte and quality 2 terabyte, practically no difference within margin of error in the uncommon gems. It's meant to be white. Oh, no, white. And weirdly, significantly less rare gems when we stepped up in quality. Sure. That doesn't make much sense. I guess we repeat the pattern for quality 3 and see if that makes any sense. I mean, we can probably make a solid guess though, right? We can probably make a solid guess at the moment. Both exactly 100 gems though. 95 plus 5 is 100. 89 plus 11 is 100. Very true. 1,000 ore, 200 gems. 1,000 ore, 200 gems. A gem. That practically means a gem for every prospect. Makes sense? Right. Put this in the bank. Come back to you later. And now we do quality 3. Because this is what testing is. We do 100 prospects, which is the equivalent of 500 ore, and we set it off. Prize every time. Oh, apparently not. 99, go. So, Sundered, Onyxes, Eternity's Ambers, Vibrant Doodars, Queens, Mystics. Should be called King's Rubies now. Right. Whilst that's doing its thing, we can do a... Oh, I didn't want to go full screen. Whilst that's doing its thing, let's do a copy. Leave a couple of rows. I don't technically need to leave a couple of rows, but I was doing that to be able to track more data. So terabyte quality 3. It's going to make my header look all funky now, but... that one over there, that one over there, that one over there. Why is quality 3 only giving quality 1 gems? Well, see, this is the thing, right? It's, to me, that doesn't make any sense. I feel you absolutely should, if prospecting higher quality ore, get higher quality gems out of it. But my suspicion is that just hasn't been implemented yet. It wasn't on the alpha, and it quite clearly hasn't been implemented yet on the beta even. Oh, we've got our first quality 2 gem. Now, what I can't easily track, unfortunately, is whether that happened because of an inspiration proc. Because if an inspiration proc pushed the skill up by 100, it would have given us 105 skill for that one prospect, which may have been enough to produce a quality 2 Vibrant Emerald. So after this, you level up 5 skill points and do it all again? No. Doing it in increments of 5 is probably not very sensible. You know, this is where you'll probably... This is going to act as your baseline, right? This is your baseline, and you build everything from it. So you level a little bit. Maybe you get to skill 25 or skill 30 or something, or skill 50 even, and then you repeat it again to see what the difference is. I mean, you can see here, actually, the expected quality. The expected quality here is still meaning that your expected quality is going to be quality 1 until you get 179 skill. So even with your inspiration on top of 5 is only 105, so there technically should be no guaranteed way for us to get higher quality gems currently. What I feel should happen is that your baseline skill should be bumped by using higher quality ore. That's what I feel should happen, but currently isn't. So the prospecting rates for Tyrivite should be the same regardless of what quality ore that you're using. But there may if you're getting close to a threshold, you should want to then maybe start prospecting higher quality ore to more reliably guarantee higher quality gems. It shouldn't strictly be you prospect quality 2, you get quality 2. This sort of makes sense, and at the moment it's understandable the results that we're getting. That doesn't seem to matter what quality of Tyrivite ore we're prospecting yet, because our skill is just terrible. Like, you know, this is our absolute foundation, absolute baseline skill. You can't really get worse than this. This is your, this is why we make a baseline, so that you can compare and contrast. Because what in theory should happen is when I switch from here, like 5 skill should be the 5 skill when I've got quality 1 Tyrivite. What should happen, though, is I put quality 2 Tyrivite in there, and it should increase the base skill by an amount. I don't know how much it should increase it by. That's up to Blizzard to decide. But it should increase the skill by a certain amount at a baseline level because we've used a higher quality material. And same again, if you go all the way and use, the best quality materials you can for prospecting, you should have a much higher baseline skill, which in turn would mean that your expected gems that you acquire should then be pushed further, in theory. So, in some regards, actually calculating, maybe our spreadsheet doesn't actually need to be quality. Okay, yeah, maybe, yeah, I don't think we need all these quality options, I think we just need to track how many of a gem do we get. Because the quality of the gem that you should expect to get is more dependent on your base level of skill than it is the ore that you prospect. Your choice in which ore to prospect will come more based on how much skill you have. Not because a higher quality skill has higher quality prospecting results. So I actually think that it's right. And that also means that my spreadsheet doesn't need to be quite as complex. So the way that you track these results is that you got 21 Sundered Onyx. It doesn't matter the quality. The quality is dependent on your skill, not dependent on the item that you prospected in the first place. I hope. But obviously that all makes the assumption that using higher quality ore is meant to give you more skill, and it just doesn't yet, is my theory. I hope that makes sense. There was lots of words, and I hope that makes sense. Since rank 2 and rank 3 doesn't do anything, you should pretty much only be using rank 1. With my skill, exactly correct. Exactly correct. When your skill is dog shit, there's no point using higher quality materials because you have no idea how to use them properly. But the thought process behind it is that as your skill increases, you should be able to utilize most variations of ore. You should start to be able to utilize higher quality ore to produce higher quality results. And eventually, when you are the top dog master jewel crafter, it doesn't matter the quality of the materials that you use because your skill is going to be so good at prospecting that you will still be able to return high quality results, even from low quality materials. All I feel is that it's just not implemented correctly yet. We should also understand at what skill we should prospect rank 2 ore to maximize its efficiency and not waste the ore for nothing. Same for rank 3s. That's a good point, yeah. The higher quality ore skill probably isn't adjusting in the tooltip. Those 2 quality 2 gems were probably from inspiration procs. Could just be a tooltip bug. It could just be that this isn't updating, yet the process is physically happening behind the scenes. So if inspiration is adding plus 100, there's a possibility. Let's do some simple maths here. That quality 2 was returning. Quality 2 was even with 100 bonus. Quality 2 was maybe giving us plus 25 skill points, which was still never enough to proc a quality 2 anyway. Yeah, you're right, actually. It does feel quite like it could be a tooltip bug right now. But the only time we got a quality 2 gem at this lower skill was as and when we were prospecting quality 3 ore. And we only got 2, which would lead sort of nicely, not perfectly, but you would expect only 1 in 20 crafts to proc inspiration with a 5% chance, which means technically we probably should have got 5 quality 2 gems, but maybe it's really borderline. And what we don't know is, although this says that it gives you 100 bonus skill, we don't strictly know that 100 bonus skill is a static quantity. That in itself could be a weighted average. It could sometimes give 90, it could sometimes give 110. But yeah, 2 out of 100 crafts procced. Our inspiration is 5. It's not accurate, not 100% accurate, but it does start to make sense. Right, let me track the quality 3 results then. So, Sunderdonics, 20 of those, but 1 of those, and 0 of those. Eternity Amber, we got 29, and 0 and 0. Vibrant Emeralds, we got 13 and 1, and 0. Queen's Rubies, 9, 0, 0. Mystics, 14, 0, 0. So slightly less rare, slightly less uncommon gems. The least quantity of uncommon gems that we've had, which should in turn mean that this is the most quantity of rare gems we've had as well. 0, 0, 0. Nosderites, we got 7, 0, 0. Emeralds, 2, 0, 0. Alexstrasite 3, 0, 0, and Malachite 1, 0, 0. So yeah, we got, and excuse me, once again, exactly 100 gems. Exactly 100 gems. Interesting. Okay, and our crumble stone, 100 more crumble stone. More crumble stone, but less fractured glass. So, meh, whatever. Clearly 1 gem for 5 ore. Yeah. Yeah. So I think I'm starting to see the pattern that's meant to... The pattern that's meant to be a thing. Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have our baseline for Tiravite. Now we need Draconium and Casgarite. Okay. Hope you've made your vendor buying macro. Why would I need a vendor buying macro? You got me all concerned now. Why I need a vendor buying macro? Blue, orange, green, red, and blue. 3 qualities. Then we start these from here. Let's put crumbled fractured glass down there, crumbled stone down there. Okay. Now that should, for the most part, fit into place where it should probably go. Keep things neat and tidy. Bingo. Right. Right. Draconium time. Oh, to just buy tons of materials? Oh, I see. Right. Draconium quality. Whoa, what's going on here? Magma threshers. We were talking about this the other day with fishing. Once you unlock the fish, the magma, the molten fishing with the Iskar or Tuskar fellas, you can prospect a fish. You can also prospect the rare gems by the looks of things, which I would imagine is your ticket to getting the dust. Because one thing we didn't get with any of that prospecting then was any of the dust stuff. Maybe we might start getting it when we prospect Draconium. Let's find out. Okay, multiple gems straight away per prospect here. Is there an epic gem? There's no epic gems, but there is a diamond. There's a... like a prismatic gem. Right, so... do I go... just keep going, or do I copy this down? Let's go... it's going to be pretty long-winded, but I'm going to take this, and we're going to copy-paste it down here. And we're going to... Draconium ores here. Draconium ore 1. Draconium ore 2. Draconium ore 3. Okay. Now we're ready to put some data in. And I could, if I'm clever now, take all of this, copy all of that, skip a row, drop it in there, and we can have this to be the... Oh, what's it called now? Oh, flippity doodah. It's I was about to write Titanicum in there. It's not anymore, is it? Alright, we'll worry about that in a minute. Right, Draconium ore. Right. Sundered onyxes. I know it's still doing its thing, so I'm going to let it keep doing its thing. Casgarite, that's the one, thank you. Purple, orange, green. Purple, orange, green, red, and blue. Was it where's the blue fellas? There's the blue fellas. Right, how many we've got left? 15 left. Trying to make it so that you guys can at least see what's going on for the most part. 6 more crafts. Big noticeable increase in the rare gems. Yep, that's very true. Big noticeable increase in gems generally from prospecting Draconium ore. Which, based upon my mining for the last couple of weeks, makes an awful lot of sense, because finding Draconium ore was a pain in the ass. A monstrous pain in the ass. Right, so let's track some data then. We've got 21 of these. 21, 51, 17, 30, and 25. So 144 uncommon gems of 500 ore in the first place. Rare gems, we got 8 of those. 26 Nosderites. Yosemals, we got 7. Alexstrasites, we got 12. Malagites, only 3. Still no diamonds. But yeah, 56 total rare. So we got double the amount of gems. Straight up 2x the amount of gems. Not only do you get 2x the amount of gems, you also have a much higher weighting on the rare gems. Straight away, from word go. So double the gem yield instantly. Let's track the other stuff just for the sake of completion. Crumbled stone. What's that? This one, 105. Not that we really care too much about these. These are just, you know, extra bits and bobs that you're not really going to care about. And we did get some of these weird, wonderful clusters. 4 of those. Okay. So what we imagine prospecting Draconium with 50 skill. Well, this is it. What you're likely to then start doing is, once your skill increases, all of these quality 1s will end up being quality 2s, and eventually they'll all end up being quality 3s. But what this is clearly indicating to me is that the quality of the ore matters far less. Far less. Now, if it matter, and this is what I've said for a little while, that if the quality of the materials matters far less for the crafter, you then can't expect it to matter significantly more for the gatherer. And this is unfortunately the way that gathering seems to be done right now, is that you have to put a metric ton of skill points, time and effort into gathering to even get quality 2 and quality 3 things. Yet crafters aren't going to care. They don't care whether it's going to be quality 2 or quality 3. Certainly not at an equal weighting to how much effort a gatherer is going to have to put in. Which is weird, right? Because it means that there's a lot of effort for what's ultimately not going to end up being much of a reward, because crafters are unlikely to pay a premium. If you're a jewel crafter, right, there is no way in the early days that you'd pay a premium, assuming, big assumption, assuming that you know this. Most jewel crafters won't go into the expansion knowing this, unless I somehow magically go viral overnight. But no jewel crafter worth their salt is going to pay a premium for quality 2 or quality 3 ore. Not unless that their skill is already pushing, and only if it then becomes worthwhile. Because you're going to, the amount of gems you get is the same regardless. You're far better off as a jewel crafter pushing your skill than you are using higher quality components to begin with. To begin with. And even then, you're probably only going to prospect small amounts of higher quality ore, just so that you can push a threshold to maybe get some, to get a couple of those quality 2s or quality 3s that you're after. It's not a big deal to you at the start. But for a gatherer, it's a big deal to find a quality 2 or a quality 3. So there's a disconnect there. Disconnect that's going to feel weird. Gatherers will be in shambles when they see quality 2 and quality 3 not selling. See, this is it, right? Gatherers are going to go in there with the assumption that, oh, holy shit, I found quality 3 draconium ore. And then it's not going to make a blind bit of difference. Also a chance that they still change that, maybe. The thing is, I don't think Blizzard cares, because this is systematic of how the economy in WoW works, right? In World of Warcraft, Blizzard tends to have as much of a hands-off approach to things as possible, allowing the markets to do their thing, right? You could argue that whilst there is a disconnect between the rarity of gathered materials and the demand of gathered materials, supply and demand will balance it out. If there's far less demand for quality 2 and quality 3 ore, miners and herbalists may just choose to not mine and herb as frequently or in as higher qualities. So the supply may dip because of that. There is a theory that it will all still balance itself out, which is why I don't think Blizzard needs to put too much effort into balancing it to begin with. But the fact that it quite clearly feels like prospecting and probably milling is not really going to care overly heavily about the quality of the ore or the herbs that they're milling. And then gatherers are going to be really excited when they get higher quality stuff because they suspect it should be worth more. And then the reality of it ends up being that it's really not worth any more. It kind of like, well, what's the point? This is kind of the thing. From a gathering perspective, then why have quality 2 and quality 3 ores and herbs if ultimately it doesn't really matter? Or what it should be is that you can specialize as a herbalist and miner, which means quantity over quality is king, right? If you're a gatherer, You are more interested about getting just physically more. You want to increase your yield, not your quality. Focusing your specialization points in improving the quantity of herbs that you get is a much better use of your spec points as a gatherer than trying to improve the quality of that ore and herbs that you get. Which is, like I said, it's kind of counteractive to how it's being sold to you. You know, the theory is meant to be that you become more skilled, and by being more skilled, you get to get better things. Which isn't actually the optimal way that it should put. You can see why it's weird, right? I guess it does matter for crafting. Crafting maybe, because doesn't the quality increase the resulted item quality? Yes. But it, like I said, there's a disconnect between severity. Quality is being sold as something that matters a lot when gathering materials. And then quality, when it comes to crafting, is the difference between making an item. A quality 1 piece of gear could be item level 100, and a quality, there's only 10 item levels difference. A quality 5 max quality piece of crafted gear is only going to be 10 item levels higher. So the amount of difference, the value that somebody is going to put on the higher quality from a crafted side is disconnected from the amount of quality that gatherers are going to feel when they get this stuff. It's really quite a difficult concept to explain, but I feel it's not quite right. Those 10 item levels could result in 10% extra damage. That's pretty big. Potentially. But then, when you look at it, because what gear is going to end up being is that quality 4 will end up being the gear that most people will be able to make quite frequently. But that quality 5 gear is what it really takes you to specialize in, to be able to get your hands on and to be able to craft for people. Then we're talking like a 2 item level difference. We're literally talking 1 to 2% damage increases here. If you can craft some quality 5 items only with quality 3 materials in the beginning, wouldn't that inflate the prices? It will. Like I said, there is an element of this that will balance it all. It will balance itself out eventually. But what it's going to cause is some weird fluctuation until we get there. Because there's also a weird thing as part of the system to where you start off, because your skill, quality is there to back up your lack of skill. But once you have skill, the quality of your materials matters practically nothing. You can see here, you're naturally going to try and push to a higher skill to guarantee yourself better results. But once you have that skill, the quality of the materials drops off completely, which is going to really throw the material prices through a tumble dryer. Everything's going to be really volatile in terms of price. Right. Anyway, either way, we've tracked some. I should have done all of that yabbiting while I was prospecting, shouldn't I? Quality control means I need to do some tier 2 and tier 3 draconium. Right, let's put all of this in the bank. Now, in theory, this should result in practically the same as what we got last time. Nope, wrong one. Too many windows. Here we go. Greens, reds, then blues. Right, now to let it do its thing. So it would not be a shock to the system. Oh, hang on, chill. It would not be a shock to the system to see practically the same results. My only point is we shouldn't underestimate the importance of item level and therefore the importance of material quality. It may not matter for mass milling and mass prospecting as much, but that doesn't mean it isn't important for the crafters and therefore the gatherers in turn. Yes, yeah, I agree. Like I said, it will sort of balance itself out, but it's going to feel really weird to begin with. You're gonna look at it from the perspective of, like, you know, gatherers are going to be doing everything they can to get higher quality materials. And then the flip side of that is that most crafters will not be willing to pay the premium that the gatherers are expecting to get for those higher quality materials, because the higher quality material will not matter anywhere near as much as what the gatherer would suspect it should. That's kind of the somewhat easy TLDR to this whole process is. Obviously, then when you take those materials, because you could consider gems intermediate materials, right? You've had to craft something and process something to get them. So when you take those intermediate materials, the quality from the intermediate materials might have more of an impact, or will have more of an impact for the crafting eventually as well. But I can very quickly, without prospecting too much here and without too much data, I can very quickly understand that my desire to buy tier 2 or tier 3 quality materials is not that great. I'll buy them when the price is right, but I certainly won't be paying like an exorbitant premium for them. If a quality 2, you know, if a quality 1 piece of ore is 10 gold, I might pay 12 gold for a quality 2 piece. An extra 10-20% on top of the value makes it worthwhile me maybe looking at using, if it helps me push the result of my craft one step higher as well. The way gathering is feeling right now is that you, for the most part, the lion's share of the time with gathering, you're going to be getting quality 1 materials. You get that quality 2 material and it's going to be rare. It's rare because your natural gathering skill is still pretty bad. But you have to work really hard as a gatherer for a long time to even be able to get quality 2 materials, and you're going to have to work really, really hard and really, really long to get quality 3 materials. And that effort is not going to be rewarded by a significantly increase in price. They should make gathering far more easy to get quality 2 and quality 3 stuff, so that it pushes down the gatherer's desire to try and sell quality 2 and quality 3 for like double, triple, quadruple the price. Not to mention, gatherers can take 5 pieces of quality 1 material and turn it into 1 piece of quality 2. So there's a 5-to-1 conversion ratio on materials from a gathering perspective in the first place, which is never, ever, ever going to be well represented when it comes to selling quality 2 and quality 3 materials. There is no way in hell a quality 2 ore is going to be worth 5 times as much as a quality 1. But yeah, yeah, it's hard to articulate it, but there's clearly something about it that doesn't sit well, and I think it's because gathering from a fair few hours of testing on the beta, gathering feels like too much of a slow grind to almost, you know, the effort you put into grinding the gathering professions to get these higher quality materials, there's no payoff for doing it, which will be disappointing. Right, we got 19 of those. We got 39 of those. We got 20 of those. It's an interesting one, because if you do crafting at scale, what you very quickly come to realize is that the price of your materials practically doesn't matter. Because if you strictly buy your materials off the auction house, all you do is you pass on that cost to whoever then buys the thing that you craft with those materials. So in many cases, it really doesn't matter that much. But what you want is your gatherers to feel as if the time that they're spending leveling up their profession, going out there gathering, unlocking specialization points, working out where's a good place to put those spec points, progressing further in the art of gathering. You know, let's not muck about. They're doing the manual labor, right? They're doing the hard graft. You kind of want your gatherers to feel as if their time is being rewarded. And I don't think that the way that quality is represented from a gathering perspective to a crafting perspective is going to create that scenario. It's going to make gatherers feel like the extra effort they put in to get higher quality materials is worthless, because crafters won't have the incentive to buy them anywhere near as much as the effort will take to get them. What's very interesting here is that we seem to be getting, I don't know if this is just purely coincidence, but we seem to be getting a disgusting amount of Nosderite compared to all the others. Practically double the amount of Nosderite gems that we do any of the others. Now, I don't know if that's by design. Maybe we'll find out if that's by design. Maybe when we start crafting with some of these gems, we'll start to realize that actually some gems are going to be more lucrative. Some gems are needed in greater quantities. Maybe this is by design. It's not too much data, so it could just be pure luck, but out of a little over 100 gems, we've only acquired less than practically 10% of the gems have been Neltharites, yet 40% of the gems have been Nosderites. That's a sizable difference. Not a difference that can be, you know, chalked up to RNG. Is that the same with the uncommon gems? It could be assumed with the uncommon gems as well. 20 to 30 of most of them, yet 40 to 50 of the orange ones. Why is there a heavy imbalance to the orange ones? Ambers and Nosderites. There seems to be a heavy favoritism towards the orange gems. Oh, let's track the crumbled stone. 105 crumbled stone. Oh, no, hang on. Oh, yeah, no, that is right. Whew. 105.67. It's because this isn't actually Draconium ore, is it? This is the... Oh, shit, you all told me what it was a minute ago, and then I forgot. Casgarite. Casgorite. Casgorite ore. Okay, let's put those away. Let's do quality 3. And we should, in theory, when we do quality 3, start to get some higher quality gems out of it as well, if everything goes to plan. I know this is slow and I know this is steady, and I apologize, but welcome to the world of testing. Testing is not always high-paced, high-octane. Because Blizzard doesn't tell you the patterns, so you have to figure out the patterns yourself. So let's do quality 3. Let's set this off to do 100, and let's go. You'd assume Blizzard likes to adjust quantities required for crafts, but then you look at Inscription and you're always starved for one kind of ink whilst your bag is overflowing with the other. You see, this is it, right? They kind of like to they build a system and then they're just like, right, go. Play with it. Off you go. And because they also then try to have as little impact on the market, it allows for the market to fluctuate and, to fill the gaps and to adjust itself. If you end up with if everybody ends up with sizable amounts of bonus materials, then that bonus material tanks in value. Look at Callous Hide on retail right now. People can't give it away because they end up with far too much of it, because what the activity they're doing to get leather, the thing that they do want, they get a lot of and can sell for like a floor price. So this is always a thing, right? It's always a thing. And this is why Blizzard needs to stay hands off with this sort of stuff. It's commonly been suggested, that Blizzard put in like minimum prices and maximum prices for things. But if they started to put in min prices and max prices for certain things, they would have to put a lot more attention onto balancing the use of those materials in the first place. So it's a win-win for them to just stand back and let the economy do its thing. If they just stand back and let it happen, then they don't have to intervene anywhere. We are, though, getting a reasonable quantity of quality 2 stuff from this, which would seem to indicate that the skill bonus that you get by using quality 3 Draconium is very sizable, because it seems to be giving us a fair whack of quality 2 stuff. Greens come next. Okay. I'd say some intern has probably forgotten to adjust values on the orange ones. Maybe. Is there any barrier to entering crafting professions regarding character level? I always missed out a lot because I focus on leveling my characters before getting into the professions. Or one question that's come up a few times is, at what point can you start chipping away at your dailies to get knowledge? Now, as far as Wowhead is concerned, some of the dailies, I think they started at level 62, but people have got as far as to level 68 and yet have still not been able to pick up the quest. So, honest answer there is I'm not entirely sure. But I would suspect that the majority of the professions you're not going to be able to fully utilize until you're level 70. Okay, that's everything. Let's track these results then. No fishing yesterday, any rod work today? No rod work today, unfortunately. With full access to the professions again, it's all systems a go on trying to figure out the main professions. Oh. Can I get... Oh, fancy new screen. Hadn't spotted this. Fancy new screen. We've got the proper splash screen. Let's hope that's not messed up any of my my research. Oh, come on, game. Let me back in. Don't do this to me. Not like this. Not like this, Blizzard. Blizzard, please. Oh, thank you. Hey up, what's going on here? What's going on here? Oh, my UI's reset itself. What's going on here? Give me separate bags. Whew, phew. Okay, saved. Right. Let's put this in the sheet quick before it runs away. Right, 19 of those fellas. No quality 2s. 47 of those bad boys. With 5 quality 2s this time. Vibrant Emeralds, we got 12 and 1. Queen's Rubies, we got 20 and 1. Mystic Sapphires, 25 and 1. Similar amount of uncommon gems to be expected. Oh, piss off, Blizzards. Okay, let's try again. Let me back in. Snail Fight's up in the EU today. The best world quest for pet character leveling by pet battles. Ah, because it's like literally 2 battles for a level 25 pet, right? It's big leveling. Welcome in, Woo. Good to see you. Haha, this is the tip we were talking about yesterday. Struggling with a tough foe, remember to keep your health above 0 whilst lowering your enemy's health to 0. Works every time. Genius. Okay, the game's taking forever. I'm going for a pee. Well, what the fuck is going on here then? What? Excuse me, boys and girls. Who broke the servers? Go on, hands up. Who was it? Who was it? Are you gonna let me in? Twas me. Oh! Haha! Screw you and your world servers. We're in. We're in. Genius. Okay, did I put all of me... Where did we get to? I hadn't tracked me data yet. It was you. You're getting close to figuring stuff out. Yeah, they're not a fan of having all of this. Okay, where did we get to? 4 of those, 1 of those, 23 of those. Clearly a sizable increase in Nosderites. 14 of those, 1 of those. 13 and 3. That's the highest quantity of 69 rares. Giggity. Still no diamonds. Crumble stone. 102 crumble stone. 68 fractured glass. And then 13 of these things. I didn't track these on the last one, did I? Ah, boo. Not that I care. It's a vendor trash. I don't know why it's giving us vendor trash, but it is. Right, now we're getting to the good stuff, though. Now we're going to get to the good stuff. Now we're going to look at prospecting Casgarite, which, for reference, based on gathering, due to the sheer lack of Casgarite ore that you ever get, seemingly, when gathering, if you're out there mining, you ain't going to see much of this stuff at all, in comparative terms to your Tyrivite. It's like a lithium, but super rare. So, if you're crazy enough to start prospecting it and crazy enough to buy it in mass to prospect it, it better be good. That's all I'm saying. It better be juicy. Let's set it off. Go. Oh no! Hang on. Stop. I made a horrible, horrible mistake. I forgot to put this in the bank. Okay, our numbers are going to be slightly off, but it's only on the dumb shit that I don't care about. What I do care about is making sure... What was that? 5 crafts? 5 crafts, so 95 more crafts. Go. Is this all standard UI? Yeah. Yeah. Right. Casgarite ores. We need Sundered Onyxes. We need Eternity's Ambers. We need Vibrant, some or others. These fellas. We need Queen's Rubies. We need Mystic Sapphires. I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'm very quickly noticing that you are not going to be prospecting this for the main gems. You're going to be prospecting this for these suckers. Diamonds. Illimited diamonds. That's going to make these ludicrously expensive if this becomes the method of acquisition. Because the prospecting results on these are dog doo-doo. Yeah. you're going to have to be a madman to prospect this stuff. This is not for prospecting at this rate. Although, if it's the only one in the early days that holds the ticket to these diamonds, people might be left with very little choice. But it will in turn make these things beyond ridiculous level expensive. There's another one. Really like the crafted items loot box. It's the whole UI. I just like the fact that it's just a fresh lick of paint. You know. Chances to see those also seems rather abysmal. Yeah. It's like there doesn't feel as if there's much more than a 1% chance of getting these diamonds at this point. Anyway. Go on, give us one more. Well, there we go. Okay. Let's quick put it in a sheet before the game decides to do silly things. But whoa, relax. Let's quickly put this information in. Sundered Onyx, 19. Eternity's Ambers, 32. Vibrant Emeralds, 10. Queen's Rubies, 9. Mystic Sapphires, 21. So 91 uncommon gems, which is significantly less than Draconium, but I would imagine, yeah, it seems to prospect in, you know, it's got uncommon gem values, uncommon gem quantities similar to that of Tyrivite. So you just prospect Tyrivite if you want the uncommon gems, but it's got rare gem quantities similar to that of Draconium. So it sits in the middle. In fact, no, I lie. There's a lot more rare gems from this, which might be its only saving grace. Yeah, over 100 rare gems. Over 100 rare gems by prospecting it. It makes sense, right? It's a you know, it's a blue, it's a rare ore. It should primarily be dishing you rare gems, and you're just going to be annoyed if it gives you uncommon ones. Okay, that starts to make some sense. And also, we should track here that we were getting diamonds as well. We got 3 diamonds from this. Crumble Stone, 73, although these numbers are not totally accurate. Because I made a boo-boo, but okay. Now, is the quantity of rare gems you get going to make up for the quantity of it? You get practically double the amount of rare gems from Casgarite than you do from Draconium ore. Okay, that means you could practically be selling it for double the price, which makes sense because it does feel as if you don't have Casgarite nodes. It's just a rare. It's a rare ore that comes from mining Draconium and Tyrivite nodes in the first place. Plus, your Casgarite is actually used in a lot of top tier crafts just in its raw form. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Let's do the same for quality 2 and quality 3 then. So we've got a full stack of baseline numbers. These are in the wrong places. Oh, these are all over the shop. What's going on here? There we go. Quality 2, Casgarite. 100 prospects, because we love round numbers, and go. Got ourselves a diamond nice and quickly. Is prospecting 100 ore a good pointer to the drop chance of gems, or do you need to end up prospecting 1,000 or more for better data? Yeah, obviously, only 100 prospects is not great from a data standpoint, but I'm not looking to get super accurate prospecting results right now. All I'm trying to do is if you were drawing a picture, this is the outline of the picture. You're just trying to outline it before you then color it in and start for it to sort of take form. Because the last thing you really want to do is spend loads and loads of time going really deep into it, spending hours and hours prospecting to get super accurate numbers for you to then stumble across the fact that something's broken and that none of it matters. An economy artist. But the question is am I Banksy or am I Picasso? That's the question. Or con artist for sure. Clever. I like that. That's quite smart. Economy artist. A con artist. Welcome to Manthias's snake oil sales pitch. We're already up to 4 diamonds though. Another diamond, 5th diamond. These results are looking to be near enough to be identical. But quality 1 and quality 2 have always felt, I'm still very, very, very safe in my early assumption that the quality of the ore isn't really going to matter. The only time you're going to use higher quality materials is if it pushes you past this threshold on a consistent enough basis to make it worthwhile. And the only reason you'd then use higher quality materials to do that is if then the quality 2 and quality 3 gems are worth substantially more than the quality 1 gems are anyway. Get the skill up to 50 out of 100 and then do it all again. What's max skill, by the way? It's 100. The base profession skill is 100. Right, okay. Let's track that data then. That seems to be practically identical, but that is actually what I was expecting, so that's fine. We were not expecting big things out of this just yet because our skill is not matched. Although, what I can very clearly state by this point is that there is a very heavy weighting on the orange gems for some reason, and I'm yet to find out why that is. The orange gems, the Eternity's Amber and the Nosderites seem to be heavily weighted. Practically so much so that you get almost double the amount of them. $21, $24, 16. Or no, not so much with this ore actually. But Tyrivite and Draconium seems to give you just copious amounts of the orange gems for no real reason. Other than maybe you need a lot more of them when crafting. But we'll find out when we get to that stage. How many diamonds did we get? We got 5 diamonds out of this one. 3% or 5%, you know, margin of error there. Because we're not prospecting enough. 114, 85, and 5 of these silly clusters. Right, yeah. I was expecting that to be the same, and it basically was, which is good. Orange gems cut into haste. That could be a thing. It could be Blizzard leaning into the fact that they know full well that haste is a big thing at the start of an expansion. Everybody chases haste quite aggressively because you don't have that many stats and you're slow, and haste is one of the just doing more things and doing it faster is usually a bigger DPS increase than critting more often, or, you know. Okay. Now for quality 3, 500. No. 100. That's my bad. Right, this is where it should pop off. We should get gems for days this time. Okay. 99. Hey, whoa. What's going on here? 99. Why won't you let me do 99? Fractured glass, crumbled stone, diamond straight away. Other vendors on the Valdrakken server to get materials for testing out the crafting. Yeah. If you make characters on Valdrakken, you get dumped into Orgrimmar or Stormwind, and then you can test the professions till your heart's content. Quality 1s and quality 2s are starting to show up here. Oranges. Loads of oranges. Basic purples, slightly better quality blues. Greens go here. I wish I wasn't quite so OCD about all of this, but I've got time to kill whilst it prospects, so I might as well be. Reds, I guess, are here then. It also makes it easier to then put it in the spreadsheet after, because I just go down the list. Yeah. Reds go there. Green, that's not green, that's blue. Okay, there we go. Let's let it finish its thing. Which vendor hands me gold? Look in your bags. You'll have a little chest of playtest equipment. There's 10k gold in it, and you can use this as many times as you want. You'll have to discard all of the other trash it gives you, but... Red, orange, yellow, green, blue... Blue... IV. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue... Indigo, violet. Ah. Is that the rainbow pattern? Is that a rainbow thing? See, I'm cultured, I swear. Against popular belief. Check me out with my rainbow knowledge. 10 diamonds. Printing money. Actually printing money. It would be nice to get a quality 2 diamond though. That would be mad bank. That would be well, like I said, there's we're doing this eliminating as many variables as possible. Let's not forget that when your skill is higher, when you start stacking on inspiration and resourcefulness and multi-craft, your ability to accurately track the data is going to be bananas difficult. Which is why I'm choosing to do it before I do anything else, because the more variables you can get rid of, the more accurate and quicker you can get reliable data. So I'm trying to, make sure that there's not too many complications in this, so then we don't have to prospect too much. 12 diamonds though. Big business. The more I hear about the quality system, the more I think it's going to be a ridiculously complicated, enraging nightmare. Spreadsheets. I'm telling you, if you want to do crafting in any sort of level of severity, if you really want to, truly maximize your professions, there is no possible way you're going to be able to do this reliably without, some form of, at the very least, a pen and paper notepad jotting down stuff, right? Because you're going to need to, you're going to need to find some, track some of this stuff. Now, obviously, a spreadsheet is a perfect scenario because you can, like TSM, right? Spreadsheets, in a way, act similar to TSM. You program it once, and it will do the same thing reliably. Right, let's put this in the sheet then. This was a sizable increase in gems, generally speaking. We started getting quality 2 rare gems.
Sweet profit together.
We started getting significantly more diamonds, probably because there's likely to be some skill threshold before you can even proc a diamond, I would imagine. Name shifter with the tier 1. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, my man. Hope you're enjoying. I appreciate your viewership for sure. Right, let's track this down then. Sundered, we got 8 basic ones, 1 quality 2, 30 of those bad boys, I'm telling you. It's all about the orange. You know when you've been tangoed. Holy days. Queen's Rubies 11, Sapphires 17, and 2 uncommons. So yeah, within margin of error quantity of uncommon gems for Kazgarite, regardless of what quality you're prospecting. This might be where it starts to make a difference though. 17, 1 of those. Nosderite 31, and 2 of those. 17 and 2 of those. Alexstrasites 17 and 1. Malagites 16 and 2. Similar quantities of rare gems as well. So the actual quantity of gems exactly the same. Doesn't matter what, like when you remove a bunch of the variables such as multi-craft and resourcefulness and stuff, doesn't matter what quality you're prospecting, you're still most likely to get the same quantity of gems out of it. Quality of ore does not in any way, shape or form seem to have any effect on the quantity of gems you're going to get from prospecting. The only thing it might do is if you are skilled enough at prospecting, it might help you push into more reliably prospecting into higher quality of gems. But the quantity, no real noticeable variation. Apart from the diamonds. Prospecting 500 quality 3 Casgarite resulted in 13 diamonds, where prospecting the same quantity of quality 1 Casgarite yielded only 3. This could be the only real defining factor for Casgarite ore. It could very easily be that if you need, or if you're trying to target, this is the thing, right? Jewel crafting, the reason I love jewel crafting, and the reason it's been a main profession of mine for years and years and years is it's the skill of not only knowing how to get the materials you want, but also being able to have some solid use for everything else, right? So if you're trying to focus, if your focus is on getting the diamonds, right, it makes a lot of sense to you to prospect the higher quality ore in this scenario, because it seems to indicate that the higher quality Casgarite might push you above the threshold needed to proc a diamond more frequently. What you would need to do, though, is because there's likely to be a cost implication of buying quality 3 over quality 1, what you're going to need to do is come up with some creative ways to use these 106 rare diamonds and these 82 uncommon diamonds in a way that helps cover the cost of doing that. Only when you use all of the gems, only when you recuperate everything, can you really start to min-max jewel crafting. The only other profession that's even remotely close to this is inscription, because obviously milling is basically the same process, but for herbs. Which is what I've always enjoyed. And this is what a lot of people started to learn and started to figure out in Shadowlands, because they were prospecting ore in Shadowlands to get the essences, because they wanted to make Shadowgast rings and necks. But what they were then left was with a bag full of gems, and they were like, well, what the flipping hell do I do with these gems? Now, ultimately, if you could make enough gold off your essences, you could save yourself the effort of having to do anything with the gems and just vendor them. At 2 gold 50 a gem, that became the common practice, because you ended up having to prospect so much ore in Shadowlands to get the essences, and you would burn through those essences so quickly. The fact that you needed 40 of each essence to create just 1 ring and 1 necklace meant that you had bags and bags and bags of gems, and there was never anything feasible to do with them other than just vendor them, delete them, get rid of them. But doing something with them is always better than doing nothing. But this is quite interesting. I'm happy with this provisional early days prospecting results. It's not monstrous amounts of data, but what it has done is helped paint a nice little picture of how the system is at least set up for now. Now what we can do is use some of these gems and level this sorts of stuff up and start to see just how the actual leveling of jewel crafting works. Obviously, we've done this in a little bit of detail previously on the alpha, but it'd be interesting to see if much of anything's changed. What I should probably point out at this point as well, actually, is that on the alpha, we were frequently getting like gem dust via prospecting before they broke prospecting anyway. We don't get gem dust at all now, but what we can do is we can re-pump in on the rare gems. We can re-prospect rare gems. So you're not just prospecting ore. You can re-prospect rare gems, which I would go as far as to assume gives you, the gem powder. It might not be a terrible idea to also do some provisional testing on what happens when you prospect a bunch of these. Prismatic ore is not mineable currently, or at least if it is, I absolutely have never found it in many hours of mining. Magma threshers are the fish that you need to unlock magma fishing with the Tuskars to be able to even do it in the first place. So that's quite a tough cookie to test for prospecting purposes. Try prospecting the rare gems. Only what's in this list can be prospected, so you can only prospect the rare gems. What I can do, probably, the gems are on a vendor as well, so I can actually... I could, in theory, just go buy a whole bunch of the rare gems and prospect them and see what happens there as well. This is good to show you total quantities of everything that we've achieved so far. You can quite clearly see from here, there's a heavy imbalance on orange. Our total quantity of all the gems is about 150 uncommon gems. Roughly 150 uncommon gems and double the amount of orange ones. 2x the results of orange gems. Pretty much across the board. And similar can be said. Red might be a bit of an outlier. This might be slightly an outlier, but we don't know. But it seems coincidental that we're like 80-ish of the rare gems and then 160-ish of the orange ones. Practically 2 times the chance to get an orange gem over any of the others. I wonder if that's going to play a big part. I wonder if that's going to play a big part in the profession. It must do, right? Because that doesn't happen by chance. That's been an active development decision to make it so that you get orange gems more frequently than others. Okay. So I can keep an accurate read on what's going on here. What's all this dust? Renewing mist. So I can keep an accurate tally of how much we've got gem-wise. Let me, oh my god, hang on. Where's keybinds gone? Options. Oh, this has got a funny background colour now that I don't think I like. It's like sort of transparent, but not. Keybinds, movement keys, turn left, fuck off. Turn right, go away. Strafe left is A, strafe right is D. And nobody turning. There we go. Proper movement again. Right, you. The orange gems are going to be luminous inks. Let's hope not. Let's hope not. Let's grab out. This dude should sell. Because, yeah, here we go. This finely ground gemstones, I believe, is what you are looking to acquire via prospecting the uncommon gems, I think. So if we buy up. If I just buy up 100 of each one. That's not what I meant to do. Now, I don't particularly feel best pleased about maybe having to do some weird and wacky things. But what happens if we prospect this lot? What are we getting? Finely ground gemstones? Is that the only thing that we're getting? Okay. Well, that's easy to track from a data perspective, at least. I'm imagining that this is like a bit of a recycling thing. It could easily then end up that you use your rare orange gems to convert into finely ground gemstones. So 100 turned into 64. So 64% prospecting rate on finely ground gemstones from tier 1. Let's do tier 2. We started with 64. Remember 64 because I might have to break this down. Remember 64. There's only one way I remember 64, and that's put it in chat. Seems to be practically the same. Yeah, 61, 64. Seemingly no difference in the quality of the rare gem you prospect. 64, 61. So yeah, there's no real significant difference between what quality of rare gem you prospect in terms of how much finely ground gemstones you get. Let's just, for sake of maths, call it 65%. We have a 61, we have a 64, we have a 67. So like 65% is the likelihood of getting from regardless to which rare you throw in there. What might be an interesting twist of fate is if that prospecting the orange ones that we're clearly going to have a surplus of yields better results for gemstones, which could be. It's a solution and it's a fix to the extra nosderites that we're ultimately going to end up getting. But it's equally doesn't solve the solution for the uncommon ones yet. Let me go and quickly get rid of this dust so it doesn't get in the way. What do you use the dust for? The dust, the finely ground gemstone dust is just another crafting reagent. It's commonly goes into making things like lenses, which you then will start selling to things like engineers to make goggles and that sort of stuff. So let's just 64, 61, 67. Let's see if we get similar results when we do it on the orange gems. I'm not going to test it for all color gems because I'm going to make a risky assumption that it's the same. Seems to be not far different from disenchanting. 2, 3, or 4 a time. How are we doing, Pagby? Welcome in. Welcome in. It is, 2:30 for me. Time for some food, actually, before long. I've not had lunch yet, so it's still morning. Yeah. I understand that logic. Makes sense. Ironically, that's the least quantity of finely ground gemstones we've had so far. But it may still be worthwhile if Nosderite ends up being significantly cheaper because it prospects twice as frequently as all the other colours. So 57. Let me mark down 57 so I don't forget. How's jewel crafting so far? Similar situation as with alchemy, I guess. Race it or bust. It's the most professions are in that sort of position. Your winners are going to be the people that do stuff first, and every single day is the opportunity for you to do something first. It's going to feel frustrating if you attempt to play the commodity market, which I need to be cautious of because gems are obviously a commodity, because they're on the region-wide auction house. I need to be heavily aware of the fact that, especially with commodity stuff, if you're not keeping ahead of the game, you're going to have a distinct disadvantage against everybody else. This is something that I don't think we can or will easily be noticed until the game goes live. Because there are definitely going to be scenarios where having 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 more skill points than somebody else will be the difference between you making quality 1 and them making quality 2 from the exact same materials. And obviously the person selling the higher quality goods can charge presumably considerably more for it. And the very moment higher quality goods start to become available full stop, that instantly starts to diminish 57 exactly. It instantly starts to diminish the quality of the lower quality things. The price of the lower quality stuff, right? Quality 1 will still be at a good price until quality 2 becomes available. Soon as quality 2 becomes available, people's natural desire is to buy quality 2, unless it's exponentially more expensive. But as quality 2 starts to become more popular, as more people start to be able to craft it and sell it, it's going to push down the desire of quality 1, which in turn will make it harder to sell, meaning, the competition will kick in. the only way to be at the top, to be at the good end of that whole situation is to be first. You are going to need to try and not only win the race, because it's not so much of a race. You need to you need to not only win the race, but you need to be in the first position for as long as you want to compete in that race. That's where the gold will be made. There's going to be a fraction amount of gold to be made by being in second, third, or fourth place, which might be a bit of an issue. It might be a bit of an issue because it might very quickly, and this is something that was very clear if you look at another similar game that implemented a practically identical crafting system. I'm going to talk about New World for a minute here. New World, when it first launched, had pretty much the exact same system of you had a skill, and the more skill you had, the better quality of items you were able to craft. What very quickly happened was that those that were able to craft the top quality stuff made bank. They creamed it every single day. Yet, if you were trying to play catch up, you had very little chance. And the only time that it started to share the wealth a little bit was when people all started to max things out. And were all able to make the top quality stuff. But then ultimately what happened is just everything crashed. Now, New World wasn't a perfect simulation of this because there was also lots of other problems, such as like item dupes all over the place, which didn't help things. But I really do feel this is why my advice to practically anybody that wants to play around with professions, or more importantly, wants to play around with professions to make some serious gold from them in the early days of the expansion, pick 1 or 2 professions and do everything you possibly can to min-max those 1 or 2 professions. The second you try and duplicate your effort onto an alt, any time you spend on an alt is going to be time you're not spending on your main. And any time you're not spending on your main, there will be somebody else out there that is spending all their time on their main. This has led to some people having a bit of a concern about should you have 2 crafting professions on one character? Or is the best way to do it to have 1 crafting profession and 1 gathering profession? Because there are scenarios like Artisan's Metal, which you can get Artisan's Metal, but you might want to fee, or you might have 2 crafting professions. This is a really weird scenario, right? And I understand that you've got to have a good grasp of the crafting system to begin with for this to make sense, but I'll try and explain it. If you have 2 crafting professions, the first time you craft anything, you get knowledge and you get 5 Artisan's Metal. You can take that Artisan's Metal to a vendor, and for 20 Artisan's Metal, you can buy a knowledge point. But what you could do is take the crafts from one profession, the first time you craft something on that profession and you get the Artisan's Metal from it, you could take that Artisan's Metal and feed it into profession knowledge for your other profession, giving yourself a boost on one profession courtesy of the second profession. Now, in theory, I don't know how feasible this could potentially be, but it's seriously open for abuse. You could then drop that second profession, level up a completely different crafting profession, get your first time craft bonus multiple times again to get yourself another injection of Artisan's Metal to then trade in for yet more knowledge for your main profession. This could allow you to snowball your ability on one crafting profession far further than you would be under normal circumstances. could be broken. It could be broken. If that's possible, it'll end up being proper goblin pay to win to get ahead. Sounds juicy. Well, see, this is it, right? Because you could, whatever the cost implications are in terms of gold, of buying materials and leveling up and crafting one of everything for as many professions as you possibly can, that is a way for you to spend your gold to gain more knowledge points for one profession, funneling all of that artisan's metal and all of those knowledge points into one profession to give yourself a massive initial boost. If you can get boosted, 5 or 6 or 7 days worth of regular knowledge acquisition ahead of your competition, all of a sudden you've got a 3, 4, 5 day head start on other people in terms of quality. If you will then be able to take that skill boost and turn that into crafting higher quality goods on that main profession and give yourself 24, 48, 72 hours head start crafting the top quality commodity items, you're then able to craft and sell those higher quality commodity items to the entire region. There is so much potential in, it would clearly be worth doing that. This is why when they implement these little mechanics like, oh, you get 5 artisans metal for the first time you craft something, it seems pretty simple, pretty straightforward. But when you kick in goblin brain mode and you start to try and, exploit that in some way, it's not that hard. It's not that hard. Isn't there a daily limit on the work orders you can do and the specialization points you can get? There's likely to be a daily limit on the amount of work orders you can complete, yes. But if you're just crafting top quality potions 3 days before anybody else is, you could be selling, you have the entire region to sell top quality potions to way before anybody that's naturally playing the game normally would be able to achieve. The amount of materials that could ultimately burn out of the economy would be immense, quite possibly. But let's not forget everything that because you can also, if you're smart about this, you'll recuperate most of your cost of doing it anyway. Because the first time you craft something, it's going to be so early in the expansion that practically 90% of everything you craft is going to be profitable to sell anyway. If you're doing that nice and quickly, nice and early, you're doing it on the first couple of days of the expansion, you could quite comfortably craft one of everything from every single crafting profession and then sell it all. And you'd sell most of it profitably. So it wouldn't realistically even cost you anything. You'd have to fund it initially. You'd be buying ludicrously expensive materials. But like we said earlier with crafting, crafters don't care what the materials cost. Look at legendaries. Legendaries cost crafters tens of thousands of gold each. They didn't care, because then you just sell it for tens of thousands plus 20%. There's lots of opportunities for shenanigans with this system, and the more variables that Blizzard add to the system, ultimately the easier it is to find these loopholes. Can you make a tier list of crafting professions for gold making? Not easily right yet, because it's only really day one of being able to see them in full detail, but it will come. It will come. Wish I had beta access now to start making TSM group templates. It's a little bit difficult to make the templates because TSM will not know what half of the stuff is yet. The only way you'd be able to reliably make TSM group templates for the most part is by genuinely crafting one of everything, which in theory you could do, and is probably something I will end up doing because I tend to try and give people a basic set of groups, or at least for Shadowlands I tried to make sure I had a basic set of groups, TSM groups for people. You think people buy anything whilst leveling? Pretty much. They usually do. But all of what I've been talking about for the last 5-10 minutes pretty much goes to back up my mindset of that if you really want to play with the professions and use them for making gold, focus on one profession. One, maximum 2 professions. This thought process of running lots of alts so that you can have one alt that's spec'd in leatherworking, one alt that's spec'd in mail crafting, is good in theory, but the reality of it is that you'd be much better off funneling all of the resources from one profession slot into a primary profession and just going hell for leather with that primary profession. Because like I said, the reality of it is the most gold will be made for whoever is first to market. Whoever's the first person to make quality 2 X, Y, and Z will make a killing. The first person who gets to be able to make quality 3 X, Y, and Z will make a killing. From that day on, everything will just consistently get cheaper until a few months down the line we'll be in a position where everybody will be able to make practically everything at top quality, and then it becomes an optimization game. Then it's no longer a quality game, it switches into being, right, well, how cheap can you make this top quality stuff? That's where stacking resourcefulness, stacking resourcefulness, stacking multi-craft, stacking crafting speed kicks in a lot more. Inspiration is going to be practically all I care about in the early days, I reckon. Any piece of crafted gear that hits the auction house that has inspiration on it is going to be significantly more valuable than one that doesn't have inspiration on it. Because inspiration is the simple skill that's going to give you, on a proc chance, bonus skill. And skill directly relates to quality. The more skill you have, the better quality you produce things at. The better quality you can make it at, the more you can charge for it. Until everybody can make the top quality stuff, then you go the other direction. Then you try and make it so that you're crafting the stuff as cheap as possible. You can also send those items used to spend on points, forgot the name, to alts. The Artisan's Metal, no, they're bind on pickup. Artisan's Metals bind on pickup. So this is why the theory becomes having one primary profession and cycling your second profession. Cycling it to get the first time craft bonus on as many different items as you possibly can to stack as much Artisan's Metal as you possibly can to then trade it in for knowledge points for your primary profession. And hopefully, if you can do that enough, let's not forget at the moment it's 20 knowledge points. I should probably take this time to showcase the vendor that allows you to do all of this. I know people like Woo will know what it is, but for the benefit of others, this dude, there's a vendor in Valdrakken being the new main capital city. There's a vendor in Valdrakken that is part of the Artisans Consortium, which is your like crafting faction, right? The more expertise you have with this crafting faction, the more frequently you should be able to buy profession knowledge with this Artisan's Metal resource. Let me log on and showcase it. It will make a lot more sense for people, I reckon. Can you drop that second profession after you milk the Artisan's Metals from it and re-level it again? Well, that's what we. that's also what we don't know. But if I understand the way that Blizzard does most things, the way they'll do it, this first time craft bonus will practically act like a quest does. And so your account, your character will get flagged as of already completing that quest, so that you won't be able to complete the quest and gain the rewards for a second time. Which would mean you wouldn't be able to drop, if you're trying to level jewel crafting, you wouldn't be able to level leatherworking, craft a bunch of stuff, drop leatherworking, and then level leatherworking again. You'd have to pick another profession. You'd cycle through blacksmithing. Well, you'd cycle through as much as you possibly could, but you'd have to go through each of the individual professions. But this whole theory and this whole potential loophole only exists because you can directly trade Artisan's metal for profession knowledge points. And it appears I'm not allowed to log in. So it might be a little bit more difficult to showcase. Yep, it doesn't look like I'm allowed in. An easy fix would be to make jewel crafting Artisan's metal, enchanting Artisan's metal, etc. That way you can block that habit. Well, not really, because the likelihood is that Artisan's metal in and of itself is a crafting reagent. A crafting reagent to which is then going to need to be used in work orders. So you would, that just gets double messy. Double messy. The solution is to remove the vendor that allows you to buy knowledge points. This was one of the very first things I said when we started to sort of really dive deep into these spec trees, is if they allow you to buy knowledge points in any way, shape or form, it's open to abuse somewhere, somehow. There'll be a loophole. The easiest thing is to just remove people's ability to buy knowledge points. Even with a limited resource material, you can very quickly find a way to funnel that limited quantity material. And this is only going to give you maybe a 24-hour, 48-hour benefit. But in that 24-hour, 48-hour benefit, look what happened with, I'm going to use Kachak's example of getting access to the Crafter's Mark gear in 9.2. Kachak, on Draenor, the biggest EU realm by a mile, the biggest EU realm was able to get access to Crafter's Mark 4 practically 12 to 24 hours earlier than anybody else on that server. Meaning he had the entire market to himself. For practically an entire day, he was selling Crafter's Mark 4 gear. It wasn't even Crafter's Mark 4, it was the Crafter's Mark it was the 262 gear, whatever the Crafter's Mark is that makes the 262 gear. He was selling 262 rings and necklaces for 100k a piece all day. He made practically 30 million gold in a day. 30 million gold profit in a day. And that was because he was first to market on the biggest realm in the EU. Imagine the potential if you're the first person to be able to do that, but in a commodity market. Right? A commodity market that's not local to your realm, it's region-wide. If you get a 24-hour head start on selling top quality potions or gems or something, he crafted loads of them and shipped them to other servers too. Yeah, who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? If you've got a 24-hour head start, milk it. And that's what he did. Made bank. Where's this vendor then? Let's see if I can get to this vendor without proper keybinds. He's over this way. Right, this dude down here, right? So we're in Valdrakken, the main capital city. Rabul. Rabul is the Artisan Consortium quartermaster. This fella... Oh! Game changer! Game changer! See? Blizzard's listening. Blizzard's listening. So Blizzard's got a smart person working for them. They've changed them. They've changed them. You can buy as many of them as you want, but they cost 200 Artisan's metal each. Hey, that's clever. Okay, well... Oh, but they give you 15 knowledge each. Okay. Well, it's still a thing then. It's still a thing. You just need to do it in multiples of 200 now. It's still a thing. It's just... Okay, this is actually even worse than it was yesterday. This, in a way, is worse than it is yesterday. Because yesterday, it had this limited quantity to it. Which meant that there was only X amount of them that was available on that vendor. Once they were bought, whether they were bought by you or bought by somebody else, once they're gone, they're gone. This is not the same. This is not the same. This is such that there is an unlimited quantity of these on a vendor, but they're just exponentially more expensive than they were yesterday. They've 10x'd the price. They were 20 Artisan's metal each. They've 10x'd the price, but they now give you 15 knowledge instead of just 1. All the more reason, I shit you not, a bonus 15 knowledge in the first couple of days. This is where you spend Artisan. If you're serious about crafting, this is where you spend your Artisan's metal. You don't piss it away on alchemy flipping, because well, when we look at alchemy uses Artisan's metal for its discovery system. So there's a direct there's a direct risk reward with alchemy, because you learn the majority of your good patterns with alchemy at basic quality from the discovery system. And obviously alchemy is one of the big commodity markets you'd look at doing this for, though. Damn. My goal in the early days then is to stack Artisan's metal as high as I possibly can, as fast as I possibly can, and buy as many of these as I possibly can. This is so open for abuse, it's not even funny. The problem is I don't think I can easily test this. Maybe I can. I'm intrigued to test this. What I probably want to do is test profession cycling to see if it works. What is Artisan's metal? The tooltips on the screen. Mystery of the Dragon Isles. This reagent coalesces each time you gain more profession knowledge. It has a myriad of uses, included in recrafting Dragon Isles crafted equipment. But in practical terms, it is a crafting reagent, but it is also a currency. A currency which allows you to buy more profession knowledge points. On Valdrakken, try the cycle thing, see how much you can actually get out of it. Yeah, this is it. How quickly and how easily can I level up certain professions, and how many professions do I need to level up using how many different materials, and how many Artisan's metal can I get? Can I get 200? Is it possible to get 200 Artisan's metal in the first day? Give yourself a 15 knowledge boost by cycling. Because that 15 knowledge boost, we've already worked it out that the likelihood is that you're not really going to easily be able to get much more than 3 to 5 knowledge points a day. So 15 bonus knowledge is the equivalent of a 3-day head start on on crafting quality 2. Which could be worth disgusting amounts if done correctly. From what I've read on other Discords, it apparently takes hours to level 1 profession, even with the cheat vendors. No, it doesn't. No, it really doesn't. It really doesn't. You're not leveling it to max. You're leveling it to a point where you've unlocked the vendor recipes and you can craft all of the vendor recipes once. You're not trying to max a profession. Okay, it's interesting they've gone this route then. Only one of these may be purchased. That's an interesting twist of fate. Maybe they're not unlimited. You maybe like, okay. It still means it's something you're going to want to do. Your first 200 Artisan's metal is clearly going to want to go into buying this. You're going to want to buy. You're going to buy going to want to buy one of these as soon as you physically can. And additionally, you're going to want to get a valued reputation with the Artisans Consortium as fast as you can again to spend another 200 to get another 15 free knowledge. Oh, I can't believe it. This is day 1 of me testing professions on the beta and I'm already min-maxing the crap out of it. This worries me because as much as I min-max the crap out of stuff, I don't even go half as deep as some people do. There are some real degenerate people out there that will find every single loophole possible. And by degenerate, I mean very highly skilled, obviously. Is there a different way to earn the Artisan's metal? And there's a few patterns that require 200 plus of it. Yeah, some patterns need disgusting amounts of it as well. The no is the easy answer. Not from what I've been able to find anyway. I mean, the tooltip kind of gives it away for the most part. This reagent coalesces or is created each time you gain more profession knowledge. So you'll gain like a few of these a day passively because you do your daily quest, for example. Your profession daily quest can usually give you, let's see if I can find one. I've only got gathering professions on this toon right now, so it might not actually work properly. Oh dear. None of it's working properly. Does the human racial affect this? Racials probably will, yeah. Yeah. If you have a class that has a bonus to a profession, that's going to be quite a sizable bonus. I'm really tempted, you know, at the start of Dragonflight to try and dominate jewel crafting. It could be fun. It's a commodity market, one that like I wasn't planning too aggressively to go with jewel crafting. I was more concerned with gear, but it could be fun to see what's possible. To just go hardcore degen mode on jewel crafting. It could be funny. Oh, here's one of the daily quests, right? Gather some draconium ore, blah blah blah. You get 3 knowledge points. And oh, they've also added a bit of rep for doing it as well. Nice. So if I abandon this, for example, it should pop up somewhere around here. Where's the fella that's going to give me the quest? Up here. Oh look, they've changed the vigor icons from little diamonds to Big blobs. Oh, that slowly fill. Oh, that's a little bit cooler rather than a funky bar that I don't know, I actually think I prefer the big bar that slowly fills up. It's easier to see. It's easier to calculate how close you are to your next one. Draenei Manthe in that case? Possibly, yeah. I'll take my plus 15 skill any day. So yeah, this is just a daily. Yeah, daily quest. There'll be one for each of the professions. In gathering terms, it's a case of go out and get something. With the crafting professions, the daily quest is usually to just craft 2 or 3 of a thing. Now, obviously, if you can make that thing with your profession, great. If not, you might need to buy it off the auction house as well. Do goblins get discount on the knowledge tomes? Oh god, that could be disgusting. That could be outrageous. Imagine they did. I'd level a Draenei. Check this out, right? You level a Draenei to get maximum jewel crafting skill. Have jewel crafting as your primary profession. Cycle as many professions as you possibly can to get 200, preferably 400 Artisan's metal. Then race change and faction change to be a goblin. To then buy, because there's a top end one as well here, right? You could buy 1, 2, 3, gain 45 bonus knowledge, and then, faction change and race change back. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. I wonder if a goblin surely cannot stroll. Goblin gets a vendor discount, right? It doesn't mean that a goblin doesn't. They get a vendor discount on stuff that they can buy. It doesn't mean that if there's a reputation requirement to be able to buy the item in the first place, that a goblin has instant access to it. It's a discount on the currency. So on an item that costs gold, a goblin will get the maximum faction discount, but they still need to qualify to be able to buy the item in the first place. So as much as it's funny to consider, it's not actually going to be a thing. I think they should just remove the vendor and bake the knowledge acquisition into leveling the profession. I do kind of feel that this is just a cop-out method. This is a cop-out. I would quite happily, yeah, I'm partly in agreement that I just get rid of this vendor. Just get rid of it. Because, like I said, the second you give players the ability in some way, shape, or form to buy knowledge, it will be abused. They should add it in a 0.5 patch as a catch-up. That's true. That could also work. There does need to be some sort of catch-up system for professions, otherwise there's no chance that players are going to be able to keep up. There'll be such a distinct advantage of starting from day one and not missing a day. Adding the vendor or adding these in at 0.5 patch might not be the worst idea. Give people a little boost of catch up. It probably won't, catch you up all of the way, but at least it means that you might feel competitive at least. Now, it's not to a lot of what I'm talking about makes it sound like you have to be top of the tree, otherwise you won't make anything. That's not strictly true. At the beginning of an expansion, it's actually pretty impossible to not make crafting profit. You know, you got to do something seriously wrong to not make gold from your crafting professions, because nobody knows the value of anything yet. This is always why the first patch of an expansion's ludicrous for gold making, because people can get away with robbery. People can, you know, Dark Moon decks is the biggest example of this from past expansions. People are able to get away with selling Dark Moon decks for hundreds of thousands of gold when their crafting cost realistically is a fraction of that. But people can get away with that in the early days because everything's new, everything's shiny, everybody wants to gear up as fast as possible, and some people have more gold than sense and don't care. When, you know, everything starts to become a little bit more established and market prices start to balance, then we get into the, you know, the regular just churn of like average gold making. But at the beginning, you can craft pretty much anything and sell it for a profit. Just purely the fact that you've taken time out of your day to craft something and to try and sell it means that you'll come away making more than you started with. But I'm talking here, like, I'm trying to, you know, when you look at it from a min-max perspective, the people who will make the YouTube clickbait level money will be the people that are doing stuff first. But aren't they only for gathering professions? Since there are more types, you might be able to buy them only once per character. Well, it only shows us herbalism and mining here because that's the two professions this character's got. If you're a leather worker or a blacksmith or something, their equivalents show up here. But yeah, I thought I should showcase that little vendor just to, and I'm glad I came and stopped by actually, because they've changed the way this vendor works, and it certainly wasn't represented in a patch note. Thanks, Blizzard. Thanks for your highly detailed patch notes, meaning we have to, for the most part, find things out by trial and error. Just checking that this is all somewhat the same. That's not quite right. Hover over Spark of Ingenuity and it gives you the tooltip for Artisan's Metal. That's not quite right. That's not quite right at all. What are those quests in the plains that offer Artisan's Metal? Are those one-times or those dailies? So far, they've been one-time quests. I've not been able to repeat those. I still have in my bags. I still have some of the... Where are they? The Dragon Shards of Knowledge. I deliberately didn't turn all of those in so that I could go back here and try again. Let me quickly take a dip to Fork River Crossing. This is where the Artisans Consortium chills out. What's that? Oh, elemental storms are up. Blizz, you lied. They've changed the icon for them, though. Primalist Thunderstorm Buffets Knockerdon Hold, imbuing creatures with new powers and strengths. Lessons from our past. Oh, that's a quest line for these fellas. Oh no, now where's it gone? Oh, my map's up here now. That's a quest line for these fellas. I'm sure of it. Does that maybe also mean ancient waygates are a thing now? Have they implemented those? It's kind of annoying that you just have to find things. They certainly don't make testing very easy. Wayfinders. Oh! Wayfinder's Compass enables the Wayfinder's Compass to help you navigate the world. 30-minute cooldown. Faction Dragon Scale. Renown 9. Wayfinder's Compass quest. Location, Dragonskull Base Camp. No longer says not yet implemented. I will need to press that button in a minute then. One thing at a time. I'm going to need to fix my UI and do a whole bunch of stuff. But yeah, okay. This is where the Artisans Consortium chills out. And through questing, through leveling up your character, I'm not sure if the campaign directs you through here, but you come close enough that you should probably pick them up. But it's the Artisans Consortium, and there's a couple of quests initially that showcase to you what all of the new crafting is about. So Blizzard has a get out of jail free card when people say they don't understand it. They can say, well, did you do the quests? And they can say no, and you know. But you get through doing some of these one-time quests, these Dragon Shards of Knowledge, which then in turn, it means you can hand them in to a vendor in a cave over here somewhere. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, what? Hang on. Hang on. What's going on here? What's happened to all me talents? Where's all me talent points gone? What the flippity doodah? Why have I got 12 talent points available over here? More importantly than that, where's all me dragon riding skills gone? Gimme all... Oh! Has this all changed? While moving at low speed, surge forwards effectiveness is increased by 122%, decreasing as speed increases. Oh, that's clever. Flying at low speeds was hella annoying. Your vigor regeneration rate, okay. Your vigor's increased to 4. You get that nice and quickly now. Thrill of the skies. Surge forward, evades, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Do these work now? Probably. Your vigor regeneration rate is increased to 20. This lot still seems the same. Vigor's increased to 5. Gathering herbs or minerals increases your vigor recharge rate. Yep, that one. Vigor's increased to 6. Oh! Oh, they've added more nodes. Haha. I've spent my 40 and I'm not capped. There's more. I'm missing 7. No, 8. They've added 8 more talent points. Oh, well. I guess we'll go and get those before too long as well then. God damn. Right, let's go over here somewhere. They can say, did you read the quests? And the entire community hollers back with, we don't read quests anymore. Yeah, when was the last time you read a quest? Read quests? That's what add-ons are for. Right, this cave down here, though, there's meant to be a fella that allows you to turn in these dragon shard things. Yeah, here we go. Now it's weird because he has the indication that it's a repeatable thing. You turn in a Dragon Shard of Knowledge. He gives you 25 Artisan's Metal. And he gives you 2 knowledge points. Now, I only ever was able to find via one-time quests 4 of these. So simple maths there goes to say that the one-time quests will give you 100 Artisan's Metal. Meaning that you need to stumble across another 100 Artisan's Metal to buy your first 15-point booster, which you could do in one of 2 ways. You could do by cycling a second profession, or you could do it by just crafting one of 20 different items. There's also a weekly quest that gives you Artisan's Metal, I should add. There's a weekly quest that you don't, at this moment in time, you don't actually have to do anything. It's just he's in Valdrak and he just chills there. He's just like, thanks for being, thanks for being you. Here's some Artisan's metal. All right, thanks. That will probably change. I think that's far too easy. Okay, right, cool. How's Hunter looking going into Dragonflight? I'm not the one to ask. I'll be honest. I'm not the one to ask. I play the game from an angle that doesn't really care too much about class. I'm not a big end game raider or mythic pluser, so I put my talents where I think is fun, and I play the class that I've played for the last 10 years, which is just happens to be a hunter. So they feel fine. But like I said, I'm not really the one to ask. But welcome in. If you're intrigued about the professions and the economy and that sort of stuff, though, stick about. Okay then. That said, though, boys and girls, we're practically 5 hours into the stream, and I'm hungry. I need to go get me some food, so I think I might call it there for today. We got a bunch of stuff started. This is going to be a slow and steady burn. I'm not attempting to power through all of this. I would rather do it slow and steady and in detail. We started to figure out some prospecting, and the early indications of prospecting are such that orange gems seem to be weighted twice as heavily as the other color of gems for some reason. I'm sure we will find out what that some reason is after leveling jewel crafting a couple of times. The rare orange ones, there's a strong chance that you will... Why was there a 0 there? Why are we missing data, it feels? I don't know, maybe we're not. The orange ones, the orange rare gems, are likely going to be ones that you then re-prospect. You'll probably re-prospect those, and they will be the way that you get the ground-up dust that you need for a bunch of crafts, because you didn't get the ground-up gem dust powder through prospecting normally. So you're going to then have to prospect to get rare gems, and then you're going to have to prospect the rare gems to get the dust you need for a bunch of crafts. Diamonds seem to, in the early days, be remarkably scarce, and the diamonds are likely to have a minimum skill threshold before you can prospect them from anything. The only ore that we were able to prospect to get any of the diamonds at all was the top tier Casgarite ore, which has recently been renamed from the Titanicium ore. But yeah, starting to get there. We can, testing is a slow process, unfortunately, which is, for the most part, why I tend to do it on stream, because hopefully it brings some value to you guys at the same time. But we'll be back tomorrow. I feel that since we may have professions vendors, cheap profession vendors, only for a short-ish period of time, I'll probably put a lot of focus on playing around with professions and answering as many questions as I can at the same time over the next few days. So, yeah, if you haven't already, hit that follow button. Subscribe if you get annoyed by the ads. I understand, ads are a bit frustrating. You can hit that sub button, the ads will disappear. Not to mention, you'll support the stream, which is always nice. But I'm going to go get me some food. Have a good day, boys and girls. Enjoy, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace.